Indeed, we are now in the middle of national operation called Olim Habaita, which began with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, an operation to rescue our brothers and sisters from Ukraine and to bring them home to safety in Israel. Last month, I visited in Ukraine with my friend Yaakov Chagoel and other people. It was deeply moving to meet the Olim on their way to Israel, accompanied by the Israeli shlichim. Thank God, we have already absorbed more than 20,000 new Olim Chadashim from Ukraine, and it is a very huge achievement. And we will continue day and night overseas and in Israel to ensure that everyone who wants to make Aliyah can. These circumstances surrounding the Aliyah from Ukraine especially touched my heart. When I made Aliyah as a small child of 3 in 1984, as a part of Operation Moses, my family and I were also refugees for a time in Sudan. What gave us strength during that difficult time was the dream of Jerusalem, dream reaching Jerusalem. Not just Jerusalem, the city, but Jerusalem, the idea. For us, every part of Israel is Jerusalem, the seat of King David, the land of our foreign fathers, the site of the temple, the beating heart of our nation, the promised land of Am Israel. Each and every child from the Jewish community in Ethiopia, Beta Israel, grew up with this idea. As a child, we used to sing, Jerusalem keduswa ketema, Salaish al-Karim, Bamlak, Heil and Degena in Amharic. Holy Jerusalem, I pray that I not die until I see you through the strength of God. And we walk after the dream of Jerusalem, across deserts and all dangers of our long journey. On Jerusalem Day next week, we will also mark the National Day to remember those who died on the way to Israel through Sudan. On my first day as a minister of Aliyah, I saw before me all those who lost their life to realize the dream of Jerusalem. Our generation is very fortunate to live in Israel, to live in Jerusalem. And we are continue Aliyah with all our energy. It is wonderful to see that the number of Olim is growing. Over the last 3 years, over 80,000 people have made Aliyah from all over the world. It is a big city in Israel, and it is especially heartwarming to see that Jerusalem is one of the leading cities absorbing new immigrants. While we respect the choice, of course, of everyone regarding where to live, there is no greater honor than working to answer that Jews everywhere always have a home in Israel. As a minister, I have led many initiatives to encourage Aliyah and to make integration as smooth as possible. My goal is to ensure that everyone that arrived to Israel will receive a warm welcome, enjoy an easy transition, and has all the necessary tools to build a new life in Israel. My ministry, together with the Aliyah organizations, some of them here with us today, including the Jewish Agency and Nefesh B'Nefesh. We all accompany Olim in their first year and throughout their first decade in Israel. The policy and the measures that I am leading, including increasing the budget for Olim, strengthening the Aliyah promotion and preparation programs, passing governmental decisions to remove obstacles for doctors and medical professionalities, advising a government plan to support engineers and high-tech workers who want to join the startup nation, and protecting the right of lone soldiers and more. We have focused on Aliyah from every part of the globe, east and west, north and south, including returning thousands of family members from Ethiopia, especially children with their that separated from their parents, and enabling hundreds of members of the Bnei Menashe from India to come to Israel. And as I have mentioned, we are in the middle of national operation to rescue our brother and sister from Ukraine. All these efforts led this past year to a record year for Aliyah, more than any year over the past 2 decades. 42,000 new immigrants arrived to Israel in the last year. At the same time as we promote Aliyah, the government of Israel has set as a central goal to continue to strengthen our ties with the Jewish communities around the world, and especially with the American Jewish community. Our destinies are bound together as one people. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the members of the Jewish community here in the United States, to the leaders of the Jewish organizations. We do not take for granted your support, your activities, and our relationship. Even now, you are the best and the natural partners in the operation to rescue, as I said, our brother and sister from Ukraine and also from Ethiopia. I want to take this opportunity and to thank also to Sheva for organizing this important conference. בשנה הבאה עוד הפעם. And next week, we will celebrate Jerusalem Day, our internal, undivided capital. And I look forward to seeing you all next year or maybe next week in Jerusalem הבנויה. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, an important part of our event, the Jerusalem Awards. I'd like to invite to the stage the Falek family for the Jerusalem Award, the first Jerusalem Award of the Jerusalem Conference, together with the dignitaries and heads of Arutz Sheva and Besheva. Falek family, bevakasha. The Jerusalem Award for Judea and Samaria Development is hereby conferred upon the Falek family for your deep and courageous partnership in developing and strengthening the communities of Judea and Samaria, and for bringing them closer to the hearts of Israelis and citizens of the world, for your material and spiritual contribution to the development of tourism and heritage sites, for the promotion of businesses and business people, and for your role in the production of high-quality products in the Binyamin region and beyond, for your participation in realizing the prophecy of the reestablishment of the Jewish people in the land of Israel and the prosperity of our national homeland, the Falek family. quick moment. A special award from the Benjamin region. I'd like to invite the Regional Council Head of Binyamin for a few words, Israel Gantz.
Simon and Hannah and all Falik family, on behalf of all the people in Judea and Samaria and in Israel, we are so excited to see you here, because I don't know how much people here inside know how much hard do you work, all the family together, to give strength to Israel by building connection with United States government, Senate, Congress, by bringing groups, and by developing the area. And on behalf of the people that don't know, and because they don't know, they can appreciate, on behalf of them, we want all to say thank you. Thank you, and we name it all as the name of your Father. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Ruben Margolis for the Jerusalem Award. The Jerusalem Award for Diaspora Leadership is hereby conferred upon Ruben Margolis, entrepreneur, president of ZOA's Brooklyn region. From the very beginnings of the Jewish presence in the eastern neighborhoods of Jerusalem and the towns of Judea and Samaria, Ruben Margolis was among the first American Jewish professionals to spring into action to defend and support them against an onslaught of mainstream political opposition. Ruben has stood with these communities from their first baby steps decades ago up until today, where he recently dedicated a dormitory for IDF cadets in Beit El and an amphitheater in Ariel University. Wow. Ruben has displayed exemplary leadership in articulating the exclusive rights of the Jewish nation to Judea and Samaria in numerous forums and interviews. His views are always delivered with passionate concern and compelling points. I invite the heads of Arutz Sheva to present the Jerusalem Award to Ruben Margolis.
I was told that I have 2 minutes. I'm not sure if it's Yiddish time or regular time. But in deference to the honorees in the audience over here and to many speakers to follow, I'll use the regular time. I just wanted to say, when I heard my name come up here, I felt a little like the comedian. What? Who? No. Anyway, he had a good line when he had his Broadway show. Remember? Jackie Mason, exactly. You know, I'm over 39, so I'm entitled to these memory lapses. Okay? But I thought about Jackie Mason when he got up in the stage, and he says, listen, I hope you're not going to ask for a refund because it's just me. I mean, I came after such an illustrious family of people, and kol hakavod lehem, and may have hatzlacha, v'nachas, and everything else. But now it's only me. So I hope you're not going to ask for a refund. But I did want to say this, that you're going to hear a lot of speeches, a lot of talking, and everything is here to stimulate you to be more active, to be more involved, to be more with Israel. My father, Arutz Sheva, was a Holocaust survivor, and he never lost optimism, and he never lost belief in Eretz Yisrael, and he never lost his faith that it will grow and prosper as it has done. When Arnold Toynbee, the historian, mentions that Judaism is a religion, a people that should have gone with the rest of the ancient world, and yet the difference being that Judaism is based on optimism. It's based on the future. It's based on looking ahead. And my father, a Holocaust survivor who lost everything. I was born in a DP camp, who came to this country penniless, and yet he never lost the optimism. Zachor, we remember, but also we move forward. And that's the spirit of the Jewish people. And Mirz Hashem, it'll continue. Am Yisrael Chai, Netzach Yisrael, Lo Yishakeh.
סיימתי את לימודי הרפואה בבואנוס איירס, איפה שנולדתי בשנת 1963. ניסינו והחלטנו לעשות עלייה. הגענו לירושלים, המשכתי לעסוק בכירורגיה, בשערי צדק ובהדסה, ותוך זמן לא ארוך, פתאום 1967, מלחמת ששת הימים, תוך זמן לא ארוך, עוד פעם 1973, מלחמת יום הכיפורים. אז אני אחראי בבית חולים שדה, 1977. מה קרה? זו הייתה השנה שהכנסת חוקקה את חוק הפלות, ומאז החיים שלי זה אגודת אפרת, להציל, למנוע הפסקת של חיים של עוברי ישראל. אני בין היתר הייתי רופא אישי של עשרות רבות של גדולי ישראל. כשהם שמעו שאני החלטתי לעסוק בשטח זה, ממש אני חייב להגיד אפילו רב שלמה זלמן לא ירבך משהו מקנא בי. עד כדי כך, ואני נתתי הרצאות בבתי ספר, וגם כן ברדיו, וגם כן על ידי עלונים, על ידי פרסומים, על ידי סיד, על ידי וידאו, על ידי סידי. אבל אני חייב להגיד את האמת. כל מה שאני נותן לאגודת אפרת, אגודת אפרת מעניקה לי פי כמה וכמה. את הסיפוק שאני מקבל באגודת אפרת מדי יום, שאני מקבל את הידיעה ורק את התעודות הלידה. אין סיפוק יותר גדול. אני מרגיש שאגודת אפרת מעניקה לי את העולם הזה הכי מפואר שכיום, שלא מחליף את זה במיליארדים.
That's the story of Agudat Efrat. I now have the honor to invite Chagai Goldschmidt, CEO of Agudat Efrat, for the Jerusalem Prize. The Jerusalem Award for Lifetime Achievement is hereby conferred upon Chagai Goldschmidt on behalf of Dr. Eli Shusheim of blessed memory, founder and director of Efrat CRIB, Committee for the Rescue of Israel's Babies. For over 40 years of working tirelessly and with great self-sacrifice to save the lives of Jewish babies in Israel by empowering their mothers through financial, emotional, and physical support, your efforts, conducted with all your heart, mind, and soul, continue to bear fruit while transforming Israeli society through the close to 81,000 lives saved. Agudat Efrat, Dr. Eli Shusheim of blessed memory. And now, another Jerusalem Award. This time, I'd like to invite Yoav Simchi, Chairman of General Federation of Workers in Israel. The Jerusalem Award for Society and Labor is hereby conferred upon Yoav Simchi, Chairman of General Federation of Workers in Israel, for being among the leaders of the cooperative efforts to find honorable employment for all Olim, immigrants, to the State of Israel, and particularly those from North America. Yoav's actions on behalf of immigrant absorption are among the most fundamental, assisting them in the critical matter of livelihood and affording them peace of mind they require upon immigrating to Israel. Yoav Simchi. And now Yoav will stay with us and have a seat as journalist Kerry Rubenstein, former editor-in-chief of Yediot Achronot America, will now speak with Yoav Simchi, chairman of the General Federations of Workers in Israel. Bevakasha.
Can you hear me? Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So it's great to be here at the Jerusalem conference, New York, of all places. Yoav. So Hillary Clinton said that no society can thrive when people are left behind. 80 years earlier, give or take, in 1934, it was Jabotinsky who actually implemented this vision when he established the Israel National Labor Federation with the goal of providing every member with economic gain and freedom. Yoav, you've been the chairman of the organization since 2008. And I know that you believe that this organization is more relevant today than ever. And we want to talk about this new initiative that you're going to announce here today. But first, maybe it's important to make the distinction, if you can stress the differences between the National Labor Federation and the U.S. Workers Union.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really exciting to be here. It's a little bit hard to speak in English. It's the echo. If somebody can fix the echo, thank you. The difference between the union and the state to Israel, it's hard. It's not much of different. We're doing basically the same, but we build our company exactly like Jabotinsky said, to help people, to immigrate to Israel, to help them to find jobs and easy life, to help them to develop Israel in the right way. So
it's also a capitalistic organization, which is very different.
Yes, 80% of our members, they come in from the side of businesses like factories and high-tech and low-tech and business it's different than the other that is government. The other company is more representative the government workers. We are less than that.
You also have a very different approach because you represent the employers in addition to the employees. How does it work together?
Well, we help our representative to think like a businessman. So when they see together, it's really hard with the echo. When they see the workers that represent, before we make agreement, when we see the business and we know where the business needs to go and we do it together, we can do it the best way.
So accommodate the needs of both sides.
The what?
Accommodate the needs of both employers and employees.
Yeah, wow, it's really hard for me to hear you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So one of the most impressive, I think, missions that you have in the organization is the fact that you're improving the status of women at the workplace. Can you explain how you go about it?
Well, we always want the women to represent workers. Here now, one of our lawyers speaking now with her body there. Betty Shalom. It's very hard to concentrate after a long fight, but we want our life to be equal, men and women's, and we know that everyone that has something from inside of him that he wants to represent workers, we help them to do it, and I'm personally always help them to do it.
That's very impressive. And you also invest, and I find it very interesting, you invest a lot in the younger generation. You have different programs designated to younger generation.
Yeah,
Why is this a priority?
Well, business make money, we're working, but we have to do things for our hearts. We have to touch the kids and help them to be better kids. We have a youth, Noar Lomi Beitar, that doing a really magnificent jobs among all the Israelis and all kind of things. Like they helping adult, they helping in other like them. They helping people, they helping the society, okay? It's really hard for me to do it now in English. I don't know why. Maybe because Dudu Sada said he's excited from this, and I didn't know how it's going to be so hard because it's a big thing for us.
It's not hard, it's just us.
No, it's really hard. Okay.
Okay. So that's very, very impressive, the fact that you invest so much in the younger generation. Another very impressive element, something that you did just recently, is how you took care of so many Ukrainians who came to Israel. I know that you reached out to the government to try to get them work permits. Can you elaborate about that? How many Ukrainians are now working in Israel thanks to you?
Well, I don't know the right numbers, but I can tell one thing. Because we're working really good with our CEO and every company that we represent, and we have good relationship with them, we know how many jobs opening in every companies. When we know this secret, we know how to approach to them. We have our HR company that the union built, and we help them to come and work in different jobs that we have. So not a lot of people knows, but we have so many opening jobs that we can't find workers.
Really?
Yes, and nobody knows about it because every company is like a factory or salespeople like IKEA or whatever company or telecom, Hot, yes, or whatever. They have opening and they asking for other businesses to find them workers. And somehow it's stuck. People don't come to work, but we have missing a lot of workers in every different
segment. Yeah, and so how many Ukrainians are actually now working in Israel thanks to you?
Well, I told you, I don't know the number, and I'm not going to say number that after the blue. I have to tell you that we represent outside workers, immigrant workers, something like 15,000 immigrants.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, that's very impressive. I know you want to announce a very special program here today. You're married to an American, right, who made Aliyah and faced the challenges involved. So you're very familiar with all the hurdles along the way. And that actually led you to reach out to Nefesh B'Nefesh. And together you're now announcing a new collaboration to assist the Olim. I would love for you to share the details.
Okay, first because I heard what people said here. And my parents made Aliyah from Teiman. And I made Aliyah to America for 3 years.
Oh.
I met my wife in Israel in a one-year program in University of Jerusalem. And we came here to Chicago. She wanted to do her degree in law. So I felt what is to do Aliyah. It's something really hard. You're coming from different mentality. It's really hard to do. So when we came back to Israel, I felt it more how it's hard. Even that I'm Israeli, know a lot of people, it's hard to adjust. So I believe, and also I remember the story of my father-in-law, that he said, I finished my PhD in Chicago, and I read a letter to University of Tel Aviv told him that I want to teach there. They said, come, we'll welcome you to Israel. And he came to Israel. He made Aliyah. He stayed in Merkaz Klita for 3 months, and then he came back. He came to get his job, and they said, sorry, we don't have a job. So this disappointment made him want, and then he went back to America. So I know how many jobs opening we have. So I want to make, not only me, all my friends, we have a lot of businesses and all the representatives of the workers with me to do that thing from the heart to help every Aliyah members. We help them to find a job in Israel and to help them to adjust themselves. Yeah. It's really hard sometimes, and because I know the mentality, I think if we do it different what they're doing now, like we do it in a relocation, we find them a job before they go into Merkaz Klita. Because if you have a job, a man and a woman know when they work, they have the pride, and they know that they can stay in Israel.
That's very, very impressive. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful contribution for Israel and to the society. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Dudu Sada that
yes.
he is the, I told him my vision, and he said, wow, you have to meet Nefesh Benefesh. I said, wow, this is exactly, this is the right chibur, and thank you.
The right collaboration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carrie. Thank you very much, Yoav. Oron Shaul and Hadar Goldin were killed in battle with Hamas in the Gaza Strip 7 years ago. Ever since, the terrorist organization Hamas has held the two captive, refusing to allow the families to lay their loved ones to rest. When will it end? And what is our mutual responsibility? I have the honor now of inviting Rabbi Chaim Steinmetz, Rabbi of Kilat Yeshurun, and Dr. Leah Goldin, mother of IDF soldier Lieutenant Hadar Goldin of blessed memory. Picture, of course, of Hadar.
Do you want to begin, or?
Okay.
So maybe I'll just start with a word. I noticed that people may have been speaking during some of the other speeches, and that's fine. I speak all the time. I'm a rabbi of a synagogue, but Leah isn't coming here to give a speech. She's coming here to bring her son home. Please give her your full and undivided attention.
So I'm very excited, and good afternoon. I'm happy to be between friends, Rabbi Chaim Steinmetz, the Falik family, and all the rest of my friends from Israel. My son, Hadar Goldin, and I would like to say a word about this sign. It actually was prepared by Ramaz school students, and they carry it during the parade that we had earlier for the last few years. And in Hebrew, we say, Kol Yisrael Arevim Ze Baze. This is the basic of Am Yisrael. And Hadar, my son, actually went to Gaza on 2014, along with his twin brother, Tzur, who was the commander of the Falik family, a son, Shmulik. And unfortunately, during ceasefire that was violated by Hamas, he was killed and captured and is held by the Hamas until this day, almost 8 years. And we are actually fighting to bring him home to decent burial. This ceasefire was brokered by the United States and the United Nations. So actually, Hadar is a victim of a ceasefire. And we actually approach
the United States and the United Nations to take responsibility for his return. And as such, Hadar is actually an American Jewish problem. And we need Am Israel to help us bring him home.
Yeah, just to emphasize the point that Leah is making, the ceasefire that was violated by Hamas, in which Hadar's body was taken, was a ceasefire that had been brokered by the American Secretary of State and the United Nations. And they need to stand behind the ceasefire that they brokered. And that means that the American government should be the ones that are worrying about bringing Hadar home, not Leah and Simcha, who have gone on a lonely journey to bring them home. And if I may, as a rabbi, just sort of add in a little bit of color. For us, the idea of giving someone a proper burial is one of the most important religious concepts. We have an idea called Meit Mitzvah, which means that even the Kohen Gadol, even if he's going to slaughter his Korban Pesach, he comes and puts everything aside, and he puts aside all other halachot to ensure that someone gets a dignified burial. This is what Leah and Simcha are asking for their son Hadar. This is a responsibility that lies on the shoulders not just of them, not just of the Israeli government, not just of the American government and really the international community, but above all, it lies on the shoulders of Jews worldwide. And that's why Leah is here to speak about it.
Yeah. We've been gone through the world and managed to show that Hadar's incident is actually a standing violation of the humanitarian law, international humanitarian law, which means that whoever is supporting Gaza directly or indirectly under the humanitarian law is actually responsible to bring the missing persons and dead. That means that the United States, that they decided to invest in Gaza, this means that they are responsible to bring Hadar and Ron as a confidence-building measure to any agreement. That goes, of course, for the other countries, the donors, and etc. So actually, I mean, historically, unfortunately, it is known that to release Israeli captured soldiers, we had to release sentenced terrorists. But nowadays, there are other options, and they are more powerful, not just to bring our boys, our soldiers home, but to flip the equation for the long range, so those terrorists will know that they shouldn't touch any Jew, any Israeli soldier, because this is going to cost them. And so what we do is actually act according to our basic value, Kol Israel Arevim Ze Bazeh, and think, and we need everyone to think in her or his own circles, or other, or more than that, to find any decision makers, because we believe that at the end of the day, we have to find the right persona to push, in the right place to push the right button, because we've been hosted by the State of Department, by the White House, by congressmen, and got wonderful response, positive response to help. But somehow there is more to do. And that's what I'm here for Hadar and for Oron and for two other citizens that unfortunately are held captured by the Hamas, and Avera Mengistu and Isham Sayed. So I would like to say a word about Hadar.
I'm just going to add in just a little bit, which I think needs to be understood. You know, we've had, I'm the rabbi of Congregation Kilath Jeshurun, which is here on the east side. Many of you know it as KJ, which is affiliated with the Ramaz School. We've had the Goldens multiple times in our synagogue. We had them just yesterday on Shabbat. The Ramaz, school is marching with these signs right now at the Israel Day Parade. But we need a network of synagogues and communities that are going to take this on their shoulders. There's an idea that's mentioned in the Mishnah of nosei ba'ol chavero, to carry the burden of your neighbor, of your friend. This should not be Leah and Simcha's burden alone. We need to carry it as well. And that's why we're here, because we know that many of you are from different communities in the United States. Bring this home. Invite Leah and Simcha to come speak to your community. Talk about it in your schools. We need to be engaged. We don't know when the door will open, but we can't give up. We need to be engaged, and as a community, as the American community, we cannot turn our backs on Leah and Simcha.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And just one sentence about Adar. A very talented boy left us with a wonderful legacy, art legacy, which we are going to open a new exhibition in Philadelphia on June 1st, and then continue after the break of COVID-19. And he left us with a wonderful written legacy, like his remarks for Mesilat Yesharim. And just to share with you one of his statements that he wrote, and we have a record of it, and he taught it to his Chanichim in Bnei Akiva and soldiers in the army. You have, in your life, you have two options, to deal with yourself or to do great things. And that's what I'm telling to myself every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And our prayers are, of course, with you. Everyone knows that Jerusalem is a city of heritage, a city of history, of archaeology, but it's also a city of innovation, development, a city of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Our first panel today will be about Jerusalem, the city of innovation. Journalist Carrie Rubenstein will speak with Itzik Ozer, Senior Director of Business Development in the Jerusalem Municipality, and Michal Nachmias, Senior Advisor to the Director General of the Jerusalem Development Authority.
Good to see you.
So, I hope you can hear me again. So Elie Wiesel said that one doesn't go to Jerusalem, one returns to it. That's one of its mysteries. And I'm sure that even at a time where Israelis and American Jews seem to be growing apart at times, Jerusalem is a uniting factor. We're all emotionally invested when it comes to the City of Gold, and we all want it to thrive. The Jerusalem Development Authority, the JDA, has a leading role in planning and developing the city, and works to make significant changes while taking into consideration the multicultural and diverse society. Michal Nachmias is a senior advisor for the JDA, and Itzik Ozer is the senior director of business development at the JDA. Having come all the way from Jerusalem here today, they are both here to share with us the wonderful and quite unexpected developments in the city over the last few years, developments that may surprise you. For example, I don't know if you knew, but apparently Jerusalem is now Israel's new startup hub. We'll talk about that in a second. But first, I would love for you, Itzik, to elaborate about the JDA and all the clusters it manages.
Hi all. The JDA is a joint venture between the government and the municipality for economic development in Jerusalem. We are mainly running 4 main clusters in the JDA. The first one is tourism and culture. The idea is how to bring more tourism to the city. We started, I think, 12 years ago with 2.1 million people that visit in Jerusalem. Now in 2019, before the pandemic, we have 4.2 million people that visit the city. The second one is a cluster of urban design and parks. Actually, we are planning all big something in Jerusalem. If it's Har Chotzvim or Malcha, it's the 2 high-tech parks in Jerusalem, the zoo, everything, actually.
Okay.
Colleges, university, everything. It's the strategic planning is held in JDA. We have a cluster, a new one, cluster of living for young people, houses for young people so they can stay in the city. And the cluster I'm running is the cluster of knowledge. It's some kind of a combo between academia, high-tech, and biomed. We started 10 years ago with 200 company and 10,000 people that working in the high-tech. Now, 10 years later, 650 companies and 22,000 people that working in the high-tech in Jerusalem.
That's very impressive, especially when you cater to these diverse communities, right? Arabs, Orthodox. I would love for you to share.
Just next week, we are going to build a hub for the population in East Jerusalem. We are working with some close friend. Itzik Crombie is here with ultra-Orthodox, with the university, with everything. We believe that innovation need to include everyone.
That's very impressive. Jerusalem has never been, of course, considered a tech center, but you, as I mentioned, claim that it's only natural that a city with a prominent university and health centers would become one, right?
Yeah, we are trying to increase the number of people that inclusive in the high-tech sector in Jerusalem. We are taking the university together with the Bezalel School for Art and other places in Jerusalem, and wanted to see more companies like Mobileye, that is the biggest IPO in Israel, a company that came from Hebrew U. We want to see more companies like this based in the city.
Do they open like offices in Jerusalem, or does politics stand in the way sometimes?
You know, the American companies are based in Jerusalem for 40 years. We have Intel that's growing every day. Microsoft just announced that they're going to open an R&D center. In the summer, big American company will open another R&D center. I don't think it's a problem. The company will go where it can find the talent.
Got it. So that's very encouraging. Michal, you are in charge of crafting and executing the strategies of promoting tourism in the city. And this is a heck of an undertaking. I can't even imagine, considering the politics and, of course, the pandemic. That's to name a few of the many, many challenges that you have. Especially in the past 2 years, it has been challenging in the city that relies on international tourism. Can you elaborate, like, how these 2 years look like?
Yes, of course. So first thing, it is a city that relies on tourism from abroad mainly. 80% of all the tourists that came to Israel visited Jerusalem, even if for 1 day or a couple of days. So when airport was closed and tourists couldn't come, so of course it's been a big hit for Jerusalem tourism industry. So what we did in the last 2 years, we really tried to adjust. We taught all the tourism industry how to take tourists from domestic tourism. So we tried to adjust that. And we really built a new strategy for the next couple of years. So now we're heading for a new program that's called La Vie program. That La Vie. It's a new program that handles all the cluster that Itzik says, and that look forward for the next 5 years, also for the tourism in the next 5 years. And we built infrastructures that would bring more tourists. We are dealing with Lausanne, the hotel tourist in Switzerland, who's going to open a branch in Jerusalem. So it's going to be international, and we're going to teach tourism for all sectors. I mean, you talked before, we have very diverse sectors in Jerusalem, so we're going to build it together, and Lausanne is going to help us become international. And we worked on marketing, and now that the skies are open again, we see growth. So yeah, the numbers that were in 2019 were the highest. So we hope to get back to those numbers and increase.
So yeah, so you said the pandemic is at least officially kind of over.
Yeah.
What incentives are you planning for tourism in the city this summer?
Oh, this summer. Oh, well, actually next week you're all invited. There's Jerusalem Week. You have many plans, if your schedule available. So you can see it on. We have a website that combines all whatever happens in Jerusalem. So that's I Travel Jerusalem, if you want. So next week, for example, we have lots of things to do. In the summer, we have, in end of June, we have Design Week. It's going to be also international. Designers from around the world will collaborate with Bezalel. Like Itzik said, all the collaboration, academia is also with tourism. So we really try to collaborate everything. So Design Week is supposed to be at the end of June, and at the end of July we have the film festival. And also in July and August we have the food trucks in Gay Ben Hinnom. That's a really nice experience by the walls of the walls of the old city. And if you like yoga, so Fridays beginning I think this month, and throughout the summer, there is a yoga all Friday noon, so you're invited.
So yoga in the old city. Sounds interesting. One of the reasons you guys are here in Manhattan is to meet real estate investors, actually, who are exploring investments in the old city, which, while ancient, is apparently rapidly growing and developing. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so we're doing urban renewal. Really, this mayor, Moshe Leon, is really promoting the urban renewal in all Jerusalem. In the old city, it's not possible because of preservation, but in all other Jerusalem, it's really now going. So we lowered the taxes for the next 5 years. If you want to invest, you're invited. And also we help in building hotel rooms. We're not helping with money, more logistically with the municipality, and all the bureaucracy that considers. So we're helping all kinds of investors.
Okay, sounds incredible, and looking forward to seeing you in Jerusalem. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, as we said, Jerusalem is the city of innovation. And innovation, even in an area that some of us tend to prefer not to relate to, death and burial. Let's hear about the modern, innovative burial halls in Jerusalem as I invite to the stage Hananya Shachor, initiator and founder of the underground burial halls in Jerusalem. Shalom.
Shalom uvracha.
So we'll get it through the idea that it's not pleasant to talk about death. That's it. We're through that part. Tell us about these halls. Very impressive, modern halls. You don't call them caves. We'll talk about the caves. Tell us what they are, first of all.
Okay.
First of all, as you said, as you mentioned, the subject is not discussed on Friday night table. And usually it's in a very close circle of people that are thinking about the future. I'm sorry that I'm using myself. I'm not... I hope I'll be able to explain to you exactly how it started. I'm the 7th generation, son after son, who deals with Chevra Kadisha. That means what was until now will continue. All the generations, at least from the time of the Second Temple until today, they buried more or less the same system. Perhaps not in a cemetery, but more or less the same system. And somebody had to break the idea that this is the way because of a few reasons. The first reason is we have to illuminate as much as we can the open space for life. We don't want to lose space and use it for the dead.
So we're talking about a real estate problem.
It's also a real estate
Especially
problem.
when we're talking about Jerusalem.
Right. Not only Jerusalem, Eretz Israel, it's not a big country. Israel is a small country. And unfortunately, everyone who is born, one day have to be buried somewhere. Luckily, meanwhile, we've got about 35,000 people who pass away every year in Israel, but we get about 100,040 new babies every year.
Wow.
So altogether,
That's the good news.
we have to think.
So take us down. Take us down underground. What do we have in these burial halls?
Until about 20 years ago, we had exactly what we had all over the world. Every deceased is buried one next to the other in an open place, which means that we could bury more or less about 320 people per dunam, which I don't know exactly in acres how much is it, but in one dunam we could bury 320 people approximately. The country cannot stand such an amount of ground that will be lost forever. And somebody had to think about a different idea. Now, the idea is not only the ground, the property. The idea is also the feeling of the people in the cemetery and the site. How should it look like? In the halacha, in Hebrew, we say, Kavod Hamet. You have to honor the deceased and his family whenever they come to the cemetery. And the new idea of those halls is a beautiful idea. And that's why I'm here to tell you that there is something new, innovated in Jerusalem.
So we'll talk about also the halakha, Jewish law regarding these halls. But first of all, technically speaking, I understand that they're very comfortable. The weather, the temperature, because we know in Jerusalem sometimes it's not very easy, whether it's the rain, whether it's in summer, you're outside, you want to have a memorial session. So tell us about how it is in there. And also in terms of the security and the safety, there's cameras, lots of mechanism in there.
First of all, the oldest graves that still exist in Israel are graves in caves under the ground. If you want to find a cemetery like we have today, the oldest one is Mount Olive, Har HaZitim, which is about, as far as we know, about between 500 and 600 years ago. And that is nothing. But if you go to Bet She'arim, it's a different place in Israel, you can find a cemetery which refers to Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, to Rebbe, which is 2,000 years ago. So keeping a cemetery underground is much, much better than keeping a cemetery on top of the ground. And as you mentioned, the weather takes a lot of reasons that causes that situation. The reason is that inside the hall, you don't have rain, you don't have sun, you don't have snow, and it's very convenient. And in Yerushalayim, this year and a few years ago already also, the snow was quite strong, and it broke all the trees on top of the tombstones.
Graves, wow.
You can see that all over Europe. If you go to an old cemetery in Europe, you'll see fallen trees on the cemetery, on the tombstone. And it's really a lot of work to upkeep, especially cemeteries that are bound already, that nobody goes into the cemetery anymore. That doesn't happen in those halls. Everything is underground. Nothing is growing, that's true, but it's like a building at home. I don't have a garden inside my flat. I have trees, I have flowers, I have all that. But altogether, the cemetery looks beautiful, completely different than what we are used to. I invite everybody to see it.
Now, in terms of halakha, I understand that you have acceptance and encouragement even from important rabbis.
It took us about 6 years from starting thinking about the idea until we finished the first grave. And every move had to be consulted with people of the halakha. And if there was a difference between Sfaradim, Ashkenazim, or more Orthodox, less Orthodox, we always did the top that was needed. And we went always lechumra to take the highest standard of the halakha.
So which rabbis did you...
All the chief rabbis of Israel and the chief rabbis of Jerusalem. If people will have time, we've got here outside in their voice and pictured that they are stating that this method of burying is 100% according to the halakha.
Not many know that one of the famous funerals that just took place not long ago ended up, the grave was in your new burial hall.
Let me tell the story because it was an interesting story. Not long ago, passed away in Jerusalem, Mrs. Pollard, Esther Pollard.
Esther Pollard.
And when her husband came to our office, we asked him what kind of grave he wants, and we offered him also a grave in those holes, underground holes. He says, no, I was enough in the dark. I don't want anything in the darkness. We didn't argue. We could understand what he said, and we offered him a different place. When he came to see the place, he said, you know what, since I'm here, let me go into the holes, and I want to see the underground holes. He came in, and a minute later he said, this is going to be the place, the resting place for my wife and for myself after a long life. We felt that we did something correct. People think that being buried underground is very, very unpleasant, but it isn't so. It's beautiful and nice. As you mentioned, temperature, quietness, all that.
Let's end with the crowd we're talking to here and explain to us how relevant this is also for Jews from around the world.
Okay, first of all, it's relevant for everywhere in the world if people want to not to lose ground and to use the ground for life purposes. But since Yerushalayim, the holy city, is a place that a lot of people from the diaspora want to be buried there. Either their children make aliyah and they want to be buried there, or they think once they buy a plot, their children will come every year to their yahrzeit to visit them at the grave. So a lot of people from all over the world, Jewish people, buy plots in Jerusalem. And I think that even if you don't buy plots, at least knowing there is such a thing which is completely new.
It's a place to visit as well, you're saying.
Right. It's also a site to visit.
Hanania Shachol, thank you very much. And we all should pray to live till 120, but it's important to know all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next time I'll speak about Brit Milah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Whether you agree with his actions or not, there's no question that President Donald Trump brought a new atmosphere into the region and a new attitude towards the so-called conflict. His team, which was made up of a variety of experts from a large range of fields, accompanied the process as it was happening. Journalist Tal Einrich will now speak with Jason Greenblatt, former U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, host of the Diplomat podcast, and author of the new book, In the Path of Abraham. Bevakasha.
Thank you, Yoni. It's lovely to see you again, Jason.
Great to be here. Great to be here with Arutz Sheva, Israel National News. Thanks for hosting.
And soon enough, both of us are going to Israel, so.
Yes, I leave this evening.
So, Jason, in your book, you write extensively about Iran, the nuclear deal with Iran. I wanted to ask you if are you surprised that here we are, they've been negotiating in Vienna for such a long period, and yet there is still no deal, despite what we're hearing in terms of very far-reaching concessions on behalf of the Biden negotiating team. Do you think that the Biden administration, the one that wanted a deal at almost every cost, is ready for the possibility that there might not be one?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, I'm grateful more than surprised. I think they did want a deal at pretty much any cost. I think slowly they're realizing you can't make a realistic deal with this regime. However, I'm still fearful. The Iran deal is a threat not just to Israel and its surrounding countries, it's a threat to America. And I think what we should understand from what's happening in Ukraine, imagine, Russia's threatening the U.S. and our allies with Ukraine with nuclear weapons. Imagine if Iran gets its hands on nuclear weapons.
That's true. Well, President Biden is also expected to go to the Middle East, not just us, as early as next month. He will visit Israel. And reportedly, he is also set to make one stop in East Jerusalem and visit a Palestinian hospital there. According to recent reports, he is also likely to meet with the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, the same guy who just wouldn't pick up the phone from the White House just a while ago, according to the Wall Street Journal report. What do you make of these two stops in the president's itinerary?
Well, I certainly hope he ends up in Israel. I think it was a little shaky because of the Israeli government, but now it seems, at least for the moment, the government is intact. I'm not in favor of him visiting the Palestinian hospital unless he's going to visit it under the auspices of the Israeli government. The notion that he would go into parts of Jerusalem without the Israeli government and pretend that it's Palestinian is a huge mistake, and I cover this a lot in my book. These sort of things to make the Palestinians feel good is a big mistake. It doesn't bring peace. It's a joke to think that it brings peace. So I hope that he's much more careful with how he treats Israel. It reminds me when President Trump was going, one of the first fights that David Friedman and I had with others was people were saying that President Trump should go to the Western Wall without the Israeli government. In fact, somebody had the audacity to tell the Israelis, this is not Israel. Could you imagine that? So I think he needs to be very, very careful. As far as the visit to Saudi Arabia, I'd be in favor of it, but he's messed up the relationship with Saudi Arabia in a huge way. He's disrespectful to the kingdom. He's disrespectful to the crown prince. He said he would make Saudi Arabia the pariah that it is. And now, of course, we're begging Saudi Arabia for oil and everything else. So I think he should go, but I think it's going to take a long time to mend those fences with Saudi Arabia.
Let me pick it up from where you left it on the East Jerusalem part of the conversation. You know, under the current administration, suddenly this old terminology of a two-state solution, 1967 borders, settlements, all these terms are back in the discourse again after efforts by the Trump administration to always put a question mark after they were mentioned, if at all. Suddenly it's all back in the discourse. And I wanted to ask you, is it a genuine belief on behalf of this administration that this is an agenda that is feasible, or is it just lip service to the Palestinians?
So it's a mixture. Some people are just bad people, anti-Israel, will do anything they can to try to destroy Israel. And then there are people who truly believe that a so-called two-state solution is the answer. But when you push back, as I did and as my colleagues did when we worked under President Trump, and you ask them, what does that mean? For example, what does it mean for security? You know what you get? I don't know. I don't
Crickets.
know. Right, really, nothing. It's very embarrassing. You know, you realize the more and more you push back on arguments. We talk about East Jerusalem. I don't know, for those of you in the audience that remember when they opened up by the city of David, the tunnel leading up to Har HaBayit, to the Temple Mount. There were all sorts of articles in the press that David Friedman and I were breaking Arab homes and so on, which was ridiculous. And then when I went back to the White House and I asked my colleague in the National Security Council, why do people keep saying that East Jerusalem belongs to the Palestinians? And this is a guy who's been working on this file for 15 years. You know what he said? Let me get back to you. And it took him 3 days of not getting back to me. And when I pressed him, he said very sheepishly, you know, Jason, it's just that people say it. And because people have been saying it for so long, it just is. So it's a real shame, and I think everybody in this audience who supports Israel and Israel's rights to sovereignty and all the places that Israel should have sovereignty needs to keep fighting back. Otherwise, it's going to be an overwhelming, the entire conversation will be overwhelmed by what's happening.
And language matters, as we know.
Absolutely.
you've been involved in crafting one of the most substantial contributions to the Middle East region in decades, the Abraham Accords. And on one hand, recently we see amazing progress on every front between Israel, UAE, Bahrain, even Morocco, capitalizing on the agreements that you helped facilitate. But on the other hand, only recently, the United Arab Emirates harshly criticized Israel amid the latest escalation around the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. They even convened the UN Security Council. What can we do, or how, rather, can we act in order to keep this relationship, these peace agreements in place for the long haul?
So, and I cover this in the book too, we can't fault the UAE and others for criticizing Israel from time to time. You know, allies and friends can have differences of opinion. They have to worry about their own national interests, their own national security. But what I think it's incumbent on anybody who supports the Abraham Accords and who supports the state of Israel, go to these countries, show them what Israel's about, show them what Judaism is about, by the way. Make friends, do business there, and slowly but surely, you'll find that the relationship will be cemented further and further. It's really, really important.
Lastly, as a foreign policy expert, I want to ask you, what are you mostly concerned about from what you've been seeing so far from the Biden administration on foreign policy, and what would you give the president credit for?
Wow. Look, I'm trying not to be political here, but I think the world is a mess. Now, not all of it is his fault, right? I think on Ukraine, for example, we were slow to start, but I think he's doing as good a job as he can possibly do under the circumstances. I don't think he gets the credit for uniting the Europeans. The Europeans, if they can't be united on this conflict, which is in their own backyard, shame on them. But I think he's doing as good a job as possible. Obviously, Iran is, to me, the biggest worry for Israel and for the region and for the United States. And as we said in the first question, you know, the jury's out on what's going to happen there. But I think there was a lot of pushback the first time the Iran deal came about. I'm seeing less and less pushback now. And I think, again, here too, it's incumbent on anybody who supports Israel to open, you know, to shout from the rooftops, don't sign this Iran deal.
So that's what we're doing here. Thank you so much, Jason Greenblatt. Terrific insights as always. You can read more in his book. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to go directly to the Jerusalem Award. If you could stay with us on the stage, please. The Jerusalem Award in Education to Audrey Axelrod-Trachman, National President of Amit. The Jerusalem Award in Education is hereby conferred upon Audrey Axelrod-Trachman, National President of Amit, for your leadership and commitment to building and strengthening the Amit educational network in Israel, guiding it to become the educational startup of the Jewish people. Amit's institutions are a cornerstone in the foundation of the world of innovative, value-based education in the state of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, Amit. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going on. Thank you very much. The World Zionist Organization has been with us ever since the founding of the Jewish state. I now have the honor to invite to the stage Yaakov Chaguel, Chairman of the Executive of the World Zionist Organization and Acting Chairman of the Jewish Agency. Yaakov, bevakasha.
Dear friend, מכובדיי כולכם, לא לשווא נקרא כנס זה כנס ירושלים. אנחנו נמצאים בתווך שבין יום העצמאות לבין יום ירושלים. ימים לאומיים ומכוננים בתולדות עם ישראל. ישנם כל כך הרבה דברים שעולים לי בראש כשאני מוציא מבדל שפתיי את השם ירושלים. משך שנים לקח לי להבין את מה שתיארה המשוררת הלאומית נעמי שמר בשירה ירושלים של זהב. זוכרים את השיר הזה? כי שמך צורב על השפתיים כנשיקת שרף. האמת, גם עכשיו, ברגע זה, אחרי שנים רבות כל כך, בהם אני מכיר ושר את השיר הזה, עוברת בי צמרמורת. כשאני מגיע לשורה הזאת, שמך צורב את השפתיים כנשיקת שרף. השרף, או המלאך, מספר ישעיהו, הוא חלק מתיאור של מעלה בעולם מטאפיזי. נעמי שמר מחברת בשיר שלה בין שמה של העיר לנשיקת השרף. ונשיקתו של השרף דמות בצורת נחש. ודי צורבת, כואבת, והמשפט הבא בשיר, אם אשכחך ירושלים, אשר כולה זהב. אתה שומע, דודו? הנחש במקורות הוא יצור שלילי, שמסמל דברים רעים כל כך. הוא מגיע מצד אחד כעונש על תלונות העם למשה, ובהמשך אותו פסוק ממש הופך להיות סמל, הפוך, סמל של רפואה, של גאולה. עשה לך שרף ושים אותו על נס. הביט אל הנחש הנחושת וחי סמל של תקוותו. 55 שנים חלפו מאז הנס הגדול. 19 שנים לאחר הנס הראשון, בו הוקמה מדינת ישראל, ו2000 שנים בהן התפללנו לשוב לירושלים. את העקבות בנות אלפי השנים הצצים מבין רגביה לא ניתן להסתיר. שכבות של היסטוריה בקרקעית שלה חושפות עולם עתיק, רצוף אירועים, תוכן, משמעות ואמונה. בנבחי מנהרותיה ניכרים ערגתם ואהבתם של אבות אבותינו, אהבה שמפלסת את דרכה אל אבן השתייה מימי בריאת העולם, אל ימי אברהם אבינו ועקידתו של יצחק, אל תקופתו של דוד המלך, אל ניצחון החשמונאים ואל חורבן שני בתי המקדש. מנהרות של אושר מהול בדמעות, געגוע, שיר ותפילה. עם ישראל שב אליה לאחר 2000 שנות גלות. בנוסף לתורה, לשבת ולייחודיות שלנו כעם, אחד הדברים שהחזיקו אותנו במשך כל שנות הגלות הארוכות הוא המחויבות שלנו לכל יהודי באשר הוא, ובמילים אחרות, אחדות. אחדות זו לא אחידות. דרשו חכמים, אין ירושלים נבנית אלא בזכות השבטים, שנאמר ירושלים הבנויה כעיר שחוברה לה יחדיו. וסמוך לו ששם עלו שבטים, ומה הם שבטים? כל אחד ודגלו ומחנהו, כל איש ודרך חייו, כל משפחה ומנהיגיה. 12 שבטים שבזכותם ירושלים מחוברת. אחדות, כמו שאמרתי, זה לא אחידות. ערב מותו של משה רבנו, רגעים לפני הכניסה לארץ ישראל, ניצבים בני ישראל. אתם ניצבים היום כולכם לפני השם אלוקיכם. מי ניצב? כל אחד מרקע אחר, מחוטב עציך עד שואב מימיך. וגם כאן הכוח הוא באחדות של העם ולא באחידות. 125 שנים חלפו מאז קם יהודי אחד, בנימין זאב הרצל, שהחליט לצאת נגד הזרם ולעורר עם מתרדמה עמוקה מהגלות. הוא הצליח לקבץ יהודים מכל רקע, אלה שלעגו לו ואלה שתמכו בו. הוא לימד אותנו, אחדות מהי, ואת ההבדל שלה מאחידות, כך תחת חלום אחד, משותף, חזון הפך למציאות, ועם מפורד למדינה. היום, 74 שנים לעצמאותנו, אנחנו מקיימים את המחויבות הנצחית שלנו לערבות הדדית ולהבטחת שלומו וביטחונו של כל עמנו. יותר מתמיד, האחדות היא הבסיס למחויבות ולערבות שלנו, שנמצאת עמוק כל כך במסורת הנצחית של העם שלנו. עם ישראל שהקנה ערכים אוניברסליים של אהבת הגר והדאגה ליתום ולאלמנה, ששותפות הגורל היא נר לרגליו, ניצב כיום איתן למען המשכיותו וביטחונו. אתם יודעים, מאבקי הכוחות בחודשים האחרונים בין מדינות על אדמת אירופה, הספוגה בדם יהודי, הותירו בחודשים האחרונים מיליוני בני אדם עקורים מבתיהם, מתוכם כ-200,000 מבני עמנו. ממשלת ישראל, ביחד עם הסוכנות היהודית ושאר המוסדות הלאומיים, בשיתוף ארגונים יהודים וציוניים מכל קצוות תבל, מגויסים זו תקופה ארוכה ומובילים מבצעי חילוץ והצלה של יהודים בתפוצות בכלל ובאוקראינה בפרט, בד ובד עם עלייתם ארצה וקליטתם של העולים החדשים. התיישבות בארץ ישראל, לימוד עברית, מאבק באנטישמיות, עידוד עלייה, קליטת עלייה, חינוך לזהות יהודית, ציונית, כל אלו מקנים לנו את האמצעים למען אחדותו של העם שלנו. ירושלים, שחוגגת 55 לשחרורה וייחודה, היא לב ליבו של העם היהודי כולו. היא זו שמחברת ומאחדת אותנו. ירושלים הבנויה כעיר שחוברה לה יחדיו. מי ייתן ונשכיל כולנו להכיר בחשיבות האחדות, בכוח האדיר שלה, ביכולת שלה לגשר, לתמוך ולנצח. שכן ירושלים עולים כל שבטי ישראל, ששם עלו שבטים שבטי יה, אחדות ולא אחידות. תודה רבה.
Okay, another aspect of connection is connecting to the younger generations through education, of course. Our next speaker will be Audrey Axelrod Trachtman, National President of Amit.
Can you see me? Good. Okay. Thank you so much, Arutz Sheva and the Jerusalem Conference, for recognizing the extraordinary educational work that Amit does every day in Israel. You will soon hear firsthand from one of our principals and an alumnus about Amit's two primary goals. One, to give our students, regardless of how disadvantaged the background they come from, the intellectual firepower, skills, and breadth to realize their God-given potential. And two, to educate our students not only for academic and professional success, but to provide them a Jewish values education that focuses on the full potential and prioritizes the intrinsic worth of every Jew and takes social justice and responsibility to others as genuine commitments. What I wish to add to this picture is why I'm standing here as an American talking with you about the important role education plays in making Israel the vibrant, strong, democratic powerhouse that we all love. I grew up in a family in Lawrence, New York, with a cognitively challenged sister. My father was a successful financier who died at 51. My mother was incredibly able, probably hedge fund material, had she been born 40 years later. I was a good student, went to Wharton, and received an MBA. After marrying, I worked in international finance and strategic planning at Philip Morris and General Foods. I had a very intense career. I managed a number of markets in Latin America and did a huge amount of international travel. That was all quite unusual for an Orthodox mother of three. My work was extraordinarily interesting, and I loved it. But I worried that I was too unidimensionally focused on myself and my family and not involved enough with making the world a better place. At 50, the question I faced was, do I want a second act? Although I could retire early. Would I still be an effective nonprofit leader? And if I did choose to retire and give back, what was the best place for me to not only live the right values, but transmit them to a wider audience? What organization and position could provide me with the best combination of 1, positive impact on society, 2, passion for just cause, and 3, enable me to leverage my professional background in the business world? I wanted to work to correct inequities. I thought seriously about the inner city and the effect of discrimination here in the U.S., but in the end, I wanted and still want to work with my extended family, the Jewish people. And while Israel has incredible assets as a startup nation, it's also clear that social and economic inequality is as great a problem in Israel as it is in the U.S. I believe that improving education and ensuring equal access to the best education is the surest long-term strategy to correct structural inequities. And it was equally important that wherever I landed, women had an equal voice at the table. As I researched my options, Amit called my name. Founded 97 years ago by an Orthodox feminist pioneer who didn't want men deciding how to spend money women collected, the organization has evolved and grown exponentially. Yet its identity really remains the same. We were one of the first to resettle and school orphans after the Holocaust, create career paths for religious girls, welcome Ethiopians, and resettle young immigrants from Arab countries. Today, our 100-plus schools are educational laboratories driving a revolution in education. We are large enough and innovative enough to change the Israeli system of education from a frontal, top-down approach to one that addresses not only exam scores, but different learning modalities, glass ceiling barriers, and the type of critical reasoning that are the key to make sure that there is success beyond the classroom. In the process, we have expanded the notion and reality of school to after-hours and summer programs, brought the medical and financial fields into our schools, and our students into the real world. Our responsibility is to see each of our students as an individual, give them the skills they need to succeed, and guide them on a path that is right for them alone. Over the past 2 years, Amit has been at the forefront in responding to all of the social and emotional issues among students due to COVID. I am sad to see the world becoming more hostile and siloed every day. That's one of the reasons I chose to work outside my natural U.S. purview and focus my efforts in Israel. We all Jews benefit when we think and work on our common problems collectively. Amit walks the walk and talks the talk of an open, values-based institution that aims to treat all members of society with respect and dignity. My association with Amit has given me an incredible window into both the challenges and successes of modern-day Israel and made me that much more aware of how interdependent we all are. A stronger Israel strengthens Jews around the world. I am extraordinarily proud to be part of that effort.
Thank you very much. As the years go by, the importance of Yad Vashem only increases. As the survivors leave us, pass away, the stories that we tell become the testimonies. Journalist Carrie Rubenstein will now speak with Dani Dayan, chairman of Yad Vashem.
Hi, Danny.
To be with you again
Yeah.
after 2 years.
Yeah, I wanted to say actually that I miss you. Your
Yeah.
impact here was very, very impressive. And I'm very glad about your new position. So let me just say that you're now the director at Yad Vashem. And for 4 years you were here as general consul, yeah. And
4 years to the day.
Yeah, and you
But
did.
who counts?
Well, you had I witnessed the wonderful initiatives that you created, and how sensitive you were to the many different communities here, and to the different Jewish communities. So I'm very glad to be here with you. Congratulations on your new job. This is an important mission, a mitzvah even, to do what you're doing today. This mission is more relevant than ever, given that anti-Semitism is on the rise, even here in the United States. You invest a lot in education. How does the Holocaust education and awareness help curb the rise and spread of anti-Semitism?
Well, you know, Carrie, I must admit that when I came to serve as Consul General of Israel to New York back in August 2016, I thought that anti-Semitism will not be in a high place in my agenda. Actually, I must confess that I thought that anti-Semitism somewhat sometimes exaggerated by Jewish organizations for fundraising purposes. But then reality slapped on my face. It started gradually. It started with the desecration of cemeteries. I remember flying to Rochester, New York for a desecrated Jewish cemetery, and then Philadelphia, and a swastika here and there. But then came the most impactful moment of my term here, that was Pittsburgh.
I remember you going there, yeah.
I arrived to Pittsburgh when the bodies of the 11 Jews slain in that attack were still lying on the ground on the shul. It reminded me of another instance in which I came to a place in which bodies were still lying on a house. In that case, that was the Fogel family in Itamar. And then Poway, California, Jersey City, a kosher grocery, and Monsey, a Hanukkah celebration. 15 Jews murdered in this country in 2 years. Now, I'm not implying, I will not imply that Holocaust education is the recipe to end anti-Semitism, but definitely it has an important role. And you know, when dignitaries come to Yad Vashem, and all the visiting dignitaries come, one of the next one will be President Biden next month. I tell them that we are not in Europe of the 30s regarding anti-Semitism. No, Baruch Hashem, we are still far from it. But the difference between us and the generation of the 30s, the Jewish generation, the non-Jewish generation of the 30s of the last century, is that we have the experience they lacked. We know that it can happen. Probably they didn't imagine that it can. We know that it can. That anti-Semitism, if it's not confronted forcibly, decisively, immediately, can metastasize into something with monstrous dimensions. So I tell them that's your obligation, not the Jewish obligation. It's the non-Jewish leaders' obligation to fight anti-Semitism. And definitely visiting Yad Vashem, you understand why.
Yeah. As time passes, we're moving further and further away from the events of the Holocaust. And the number of survivors, as we know, is decreasing. How does that affect the Holocaust remembrance?
Yeah, that's very sad that we are preparing Yad Vashem, unfortunately, for the era in which there will be no actual witnesses. And people tell me constantly, and we do that, you have to hurry up and take testimonies, film testimony from survivors, and we do that with a frenzy and with a sense of mission. But you know, Carrie, I never forget that 6 million Jews, anyway, were never able to to give testimony, to sit in front of a camera and present their testimony, or sit in front of a laptop and type their memoirs.
That's a good point.
And that's the reason we are so obsessed, and I use the word that usually is a negative word, obsession. We are obsessed in gathering documentation. We have more than 200 million documents in our archive, and we continue. As we speak, our experts are in the Vatican, gathering information for the first time in what probably was the last black hole of Holocaust documentation. And the reason is, A, for the future, to be able to confront the denialists and the distortionists that will raise their heads when no more survivors, witnesses will be amongst us. But that is also a duty we have for the victims.
Yeah.
We have, the Shoah was a murder of 6 million Jews, but I never forget that it was also 6 million murders of one Jew each. And each Jew counts, and we have to remember him personally or her personally and to know everything about him or her.
Yeah, that's very true and moving. There's a question that has to be asked these days. I mean, the images coming out of Ukraine are heartbreaking. You see men and women and children killed, families torn apart and having to flee the country. And many who see these, who are watching these very heartbreaking scenes, claim that these images are very reminiscent of the Holocaust. Are you seeing a Holocaust unfold before our very eyes, or do you feel a distinction has to be made here?
You know, Carrie, that President Zelensky wanted to speak in Yad Vashem via Zoom, but was an audience in Yad Vashem. And after giving it a very careful consideration, I refused.
Oh.
And the reason that I refused, I asked him to speak in the Knesset. And the reason I did it is that he wanted to speak in Yad Vashem to say what is happening in Ukraine is the Shoah. Now, we have to be very clear about this, Kari. There are war crimes being committed in Ukraine. No doubt about it. Whoever saw the scenes from Bucha knows that terrible war crimes were done there. But not every war crime is a genocide, and not every genocide is Shoah. The Shoah, the murder, the extermination, the systematic extermination of 1/3 of our people is a unique event, and Yad Vashem is dedicated only to them. You know, 6 million Jews that were murdered in the Shoah deserve an institution that is dedicated to them and only to them. Not because we think that other killings are not important. They are. But they ordered us to establish an institution to remember them. That is our mission.
That's true. This is your third trip to New York since assuming the chairmanship of Yad Vashem, and the very exciting one with your daughter's graduation and all.
That's right.
Congratulations. What do you hope to gain from this trip? How is Yad Vashem going to be more present in the U.S. and specifically in New York?
I think it's very important that I intend to bring to go global. I think that Holocaust remembrance cannot be something that we restrict to Israelis or to Jews. We have to make sure that Holocaust remembrance is kept all over the world. I met in this visit both Governor Katie Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams. We are going to strengthen Holocaust education both at the state level and city level, also Holocaust commemoration. And you know what, Carrie? I was also in this trip in Toronto, Canada, and I saw a Holocaust memorial in a park in Toronto, and I suddenly realized something that surprised me. There is no Holocaust memorial in New York City. There is a museum.
That's true.
But there is no Holocaust memorial in New York City. I think that's inconceivable, that in the city with the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, there is no memorial for the Shoah. I think we should correct that.
Okay, so I'm looking forward to your next step, and I'm glad that we can still feel your impact here, Danny. Thank you, and I'm sure that your success in your job will be ours too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Danny. Thank you very much, Carrie. And now, we have the honor to invite to the stage Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan, for a one-on-one talk with journalist Tal Einrich. Bevakasha.
Just a brief intro of Gilad, His Excellency, the ambassador to the United Nations. Until recently, Erdan served as Israel's ambassador to the United States, the first person to hold both roles concurrently since Abba Evan in the 1950s. During Ambassador Erdan's tenure at the United Nations, he initiated and passed a critical resolution in the UN General Assembly combating Holocaust denial, making it only the second time in the history of that Israel led a resolution. It was actually passed at the United Nations. As a steadfast defender of Israel in a place where anti-Israel lies are institutionalized, Ambassador Erdan constantly fights for Israel on the world stage and makes the truth heard loud and clear. Let's break it down now, because you work in one of the more hostile environment to the state of Israel out there, and you're doing a daily work combating the lies that are being told. Could you explain why is there so much anti-Israel bias at the United Nations? Because I was listening to one of your recent speeches in which you referred to the international community as an ostrich that's putting its head in the sand. You did so because they compared between the State of Israel and Palestinian terror organizations. Do countries really behave like that in one-on-one conversations in the UN corridors, or is it just a media stunt that they're doing?
So first, thank you for this important question. But before I begin, I want to thank you for the warm introduction, and also to thank the Besheva group for organizing this wonderful, wonderful and important event. I can't really see who's here, but I thank you all, because I know anyone sitting in this room is a supporter of the pioneers in Eretz Israel. So thank you very much for everything you're doing. Coming back to your question, and I'll try to be brief. We all remember the famous expression that the first Prime Minister of Israel, Ben-Gurion, used to say about the UN, Shmum. It's like Joe Schmo, because he believed that it's not really important what the UN says. The most important part is what the Jewish people are doing. And he was correct at the time. Today, when we have social media and our enemies are trying to criminalize the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we have to fight the anti-Israeli resolution, because they might be used in courts all around the world, even the ICC, against our soldiers. They might be used to inflame, radicalize anti-Semitic attacks, as we've seen during Operation Guardian of the Walls, or it might be used to put pressure, this resolution, on companies like Ben & Jerry's to boycott Israel. So what do? I try to use two main tactics to break this anti-Israeli majority at the UN. Today, it's important to understand the UN is comprised not only with 57 member states, as it used to be when they decided to establish the Jewish state in 1947. Today, there are 193 member states. You can't have a thorough discussion with 193. So they are divided to either regional or religious groups that decide together. That's how, coming back to your question, you can find countries that have great bilateral relations with Israel on the one hand. On the other hand, they have to comply with their Muslim group that instructs them to vote against the state of Israel. So my role is to convince countries to break away from their groups. How do I do it? Sometimes I find a mutual interest, like with the African countries, to show them how Israelis are connecting their villages to running water or electricity, giving them life. Or showcasing during our Independence Day celebration how our food tech companies can provide them food security. This is one tactic. The other tactic, and to end my answer, my short answer, the other tactic is that I believe that we should always be on the offensive, always to expose the hypocrisy and lies of our enemies. That's what I did when for example, when I saw that the UN doesn't recognize the rock-throwing terror that Israelis were facing on roads in Judea and Samaria or Jerusalem. So I smuggled a real rock into the Security Council discussion to demonstrate and to tell them that's what you have to think about when you discuss the situation in Israel. Or when I tore up the annual Human Rights Council report on Guardian of the Walls. So we already see some successes, like we convinced Hungary, the Czech Republic, Guatemala, Brazil, Pacific Island countries to break away and to vote with us. Today at the Israel parade, you could see other countries joining us. So I'm quite optimistic that in the future, it's not going to happen overnight, we'll be able to diminish this automatic majority against Israel.
You mentioned the entire world. I want to focus on Europe now. There are certain voices in the media and within the international community claiming that Israel is not doing enough to help Ukraine. They say, you're not giving them weapons, you're not providing them with the Iron Dome missile defense system, and so on. Can you explain what is Israel's stance vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine? Where do we fall exactly?
I'm so happy that you asked me this question because I'm being asked about it time and again. And I have to, as you said, clarify our position. Whoever says that Israel is not clearly on Ukraine's side is either speaks from ignorance or he has a political motivation against Israel. Because I can testify firsthand. I'm Israel's ambassador to the United Nations. So many times we condemned the Russian aggression. We joined all the Western world resolutions, again, condemning Russia and supporting the sovereignty of Ukraine, even though everyone knows we are in a very complex, unique situation when it comes to Russia, because Russia is literally on our border. Russia has the most significant military forces within Syria, and we built this mechanism to cooperate our military, coordinate basically military strikes in Syria. And there's a danger to this kind of mechanism when we oppose Russia on the international stage. But nevertheless, we support Ukraine, and not only with our votes, because we truly believe in Tikkun Olam, and we truly believe that whoever saves even one life is as if they saved an entire world. So we were the first country to send a state-of-the-art field hospital or hundreds of tons of humanitarian aid to help the Ukrainian people. And you could see Jewish organizations like UJA, Hatzalah from Israel, being incentivized by our government to help and assist the Ukrainian people. And I truly pray and hope that this conflict would end soon.
So in what pertains Ukraine, I want to speak about some kind of double standard and shift the conversation to mention Iran, because we're learning that world powers might be closer than ever to seal the deal and revive the JCPOA that, as we know, did not help prevent their aggressions in the region, their hostilities and so on. But as world powers are doing that, they are, joining arms together in their fight to counter Russia's aggressions against Ukraine. So you see this effort on one side, and then you don't see it when it comes to Iran, which is an evil force that wants to annihilate the Jewish state. How do you explain that?
So for Israel, coming back to your first question, I want to connect it to this important question. I mean, we all understand that Iran, this is the most serious, crucial threat against the future of the Jewish people and the state of Israel. And now we see the inability, the fundamental inability of the international community to stop Iran's race, advancement towards becoming a nuclear threshold. And one cannot understand how come they don't see that this is not only an existential threat against Israel. I hear so many voices, there are leaders that are bothered from the fact that President Putin might use his nuclear power. Well, I have a surprise for you. Just imagine what would happen if the crazy radical Ayatollahs are going to hold nuclear capabilities. How would they they'll be able to threaten the world?
So briefly, what can be done? What can Israel do?
First of all, this is not the time to lift sanctions from Iran by rejoining the old fundamental flawed deal that is not going to stop Iran's race towards a bomb. It doesn't even address the other threats that Iran poses, like their nuclear ballistic missiles or their malign activities to support terrorist organizations that surround Israel. The time has come to implement the wise words of President Roosevelt, meaning speak softly but carry also a big stick. For many years, the international community have spoken softly with the Iranian regime, but they were never presented with a credible military threat that would basically force them to decide between their own survival as a regime and their nuclear ambitions. This is the time to do it. I hope the international community would come to this understanding. But one last sentence, because this is maybe the most important part. Whatever, coming back to Ben-Gurion, whatever the international community is going to do, whether they're going to join the deal or not rejoin the deal, we made it clear to everyone. Israel won't be bound by any international agreement, because for us, it is an existential threat. We are the only ones being threatened with annihilation by the crazy Ayatollahs. And whatever we will have to do in order to secure our future, that is exactly what we will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Adan. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now continue with the world of education with Amit. Our next speakers will tackle the challenges of education in cooperation, of course, with Amit. We're the startup nation, but are we promoting educational startup as well? Now I'd like to hear and invite to the stage Rabbi Shalom Alul, principal of Yeshivat Amit, Ashdod, and watch this very, very moving video in the beginning.
הכומר היהודי, גרגור פבלובסקי, או בשמו היהודי יעקב צבי הירש גרינר. נולד כיהודי וברח מציפורני הנאצים אל הכנסייה והפך לכומר. לעת התבגרותו או זקנותו הוא חוזר אל העם שלו, והוא בעצם מחלק את עצמו בין הלב היהודי לבין הגוף ששייך לכנסייה הנוצרית. אבל ביקש ובחר למות ולהיקבר כיהודי בלוויה יהודית עם קדיש. ורק אתה יכול להפוך מספדי למספד.
בין היחודים אני מתנתק כמו יהודי, אני הופך את המדינה, היהודים, ואני רוצה להיות קבור בבית קברות יהודי. זה צבא שלי. יש ללב שלי, משכך כל כאב שבי.
Last October, 2021, the Jewish priest passed away at the age of 91. Along with the pain of his death, I worried about his will. I wanted to make sure that there will be a minyan in his funeral. And in the end, we went to the funeral in Poland. 6 students
of Amit Yeshivat Ashdod, the nephew of the Jewish priest, and I. And we succeed. We were Armenian, Baruch Hashem. And we got to Poland and drove to the street of his childhood in Zamush, and from there to the cemetery in Izbice. The plan was for the church to have a ceremony in the cathedral in Lublin, and we would hold a Jewish funeral for him in Izbice after. But when we arrived at the cemetery, an unfortunate surprise awaited us. About 250 Christians, the whole church with priests, nuns, and the bishop were there. This is the pictures in the cemetery. With church songs and a loudspeaker. When we went to get the coffin, we saw that it had a cross on it. We asked the priests in charge to take down the cross and honor the will of the Jewish priest. After a respectable conversation, they agreed. And after church sang the Mass song, we started singing Jewish soul songs, Shema Yisrael, Tehillim, blowing a shofar, and Ani Ma'amin. You can see here the cross, and after they're bringing back the shofar without the cross. Those are the students of Yeshivat Amit Ashdod that are taking the shofar. This is the bishop of Lublin. The nephew said Kaddish, and we finished the burial ourselves according of the Jewish halacha. In the sped, I say the following. We came from the land of Israel to tell you that we love you. We have come to fulfill your will. You have received 79 years as a gift from God. We learn from you how much we must fight to live. You choose to live in a church that saved you, but the heart, your heart, always remained Jewish. You were born a Jew, you lived as a Christian, and today you are returning to the Jewish people. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the people of Am Yisrael. They once asked Rav Shach why we say in Birkot HaShachar, Shelo Asani Goy, and we don't say She'asani Yehudi. The Rav Shach answered, Hashem created us as non-Jews, but it's up to you to actively make yourself a Jew. These are the values in which it is important that we educate the youngest generation. These are the values that Amit education to. Klal Yisrael, to love every Jew and to respect every person. To build bridges in Israeli society and to accept every student, no matter what his background is, in such sensitive time in Israel society, the Amit Network adds Ahavat Israel and Achdut Israel more than ever. Am Yisrael Chai.
This is the power of Jerusalem. עיר שעושה את כל ישראל חברים. Thank you.
כבר 15 שנה שאני מוביל בני נוער בפולין, כבר למעלה מ-30 מסעות. וכך הגעתי לסיפור של גרגור פבלובסקי, כשהגעתי לאיזביצה. והחלטתי שאני חייב ליצור איתו קשר, למרות שהיה נדמה לי שזה יהיה קשר כמעט בלתי אפשרי. ובכל זאת אני מתקשר, אני קובע איתו פגישה בביתו, אני מגיע אליו הביתה, ופגישה חמה מאוד מאוד הופכת אותנו לחברים טובים. בפגישות הרבות שלנו, הוא העלה שוב ושוב את הצוואה שלו. הצוואה שלו להיקבר בפולין, באיזביצה, בבית העלמין היהודי, צמוד לקבר אחים שבו נמצאות אמו ושתי אחיותיו ושאר בני העיירה זרמוש. אני אומר לו תמיד שאנחנו נדאג שהצוואה הזאת תקוים. ראיתי ערך בלקחת את התלמידים שלי, אחד ערך חינוכי, שתלמידי ישיבת עמית יטוסו לפולין וישדרו בזה מסר לכלל ישראל, שאנחנו מקיימים צבא גם במרחק של מאות קילומטרים או אלפי קילומטרים מארץ ישראל, צבא של כומר אפילו, ניצול שואה ויהודי. בסופו של דבר זה הערכים של רשת עמית, ואלו הם הערכים שהישיבה מחנכת עליהם.
בלי לרצות היית גשר. אפשר לחיות באחווה, ואפשר כאן ללוות אדם ביחד, נצרות ויהדות כאחד.
נולדתי יהודי, חייתי כנוצרי, ואני אמות כיהודי. נולדתי יהודי, חייתי כנוצרי, ואני אמות כיהודי. אלמלא היינו מגיעים מהארץ, תלמידי ישיבת עמית אשדוד, לא היה מניין יהודים בלוויה, הצוואה לא הייתה מתקיימת.
And now let's invite to the stage Amit graduate, Yafa Rotman, MA student at IDC Herzliya.
שלום, קוראים לי יפה רוטמן, אני בוגרת של הכפר ושל מכללת עמית פתח תקווה. מה שיפה במקום הזה, שהוא ידע לראות את הדברים שמיוחדים לי, ועזר לי להגשים את זה, להגשים את עצמי. אני מגיעה ממשפחה חרדית, תמיד רציתי ללמוד, תמיד רציתי להתקדם בחיים. היום אני מגשימה את החלום הכי גדול שלי, לימודים אקדמיים במרכז הבינתחומי. אני חולמת על חיים ציבוריים, אני רוצה לעשות שינוי.
Hi. So as you've seen, I'm a graduate of Amit. Well, the lights here. In these few minutes, I'm going to talk about, in shortly, my life story. And it starts as a girl on the streets, and today, a master's student at the IDC. So both of my parents made Aliyah from Canada and became ultra-Orthodox. Now, they raised 11 kids, and I'm the sixth out of 11, exactly in the middle. When I was 8 years old, my oldest brother, he rode his bike, and he was riding in the forest, and he fell down. He hurt his head. He was badly injured, and it was a very hot day, and he was dehydrated. Now, he passed away, and my parents needed to pick up the pieces. So they weren't there for me. And I was seeking for love. I was seeking for attention. I was seeking for somebody to notice me. And because I didn't get it at home, I went off to the streets of Jerusalem. Now, I found myself in Kikar Chatulot, Kikar Tzion, drinking, staying out until the morning, with all these lonely kids. And throughout that period, I stayed in touch with my dad, and I would ask him, Abba, please come pick me up, I'm drunk. And he would come, even if it's 4 o'clock in the morning. But my parents felt that they can't deal with me, and they need the help of the children's welfare. So gladly, I managed to get to Kfar Blat, Amit Kfar Blat, and study there. Now, Amit Kfar Blat is the most perfect place for kids like me. They have everything you need 24/7. If it's education, if it's the parents there that are helping, and the after-school activities, and I really got emotionally support, everything I needed to succeed. I came there when I was in 9th grade, and I was skipped up to 10th grade because they believed that I could do it. I graduated when I was 17, and I had a conversation with my dad, because, you know, I wanted to go to the military, I wanted to go to national service, but my dad he was Orthodox, and he said, I don't want you to go to the military. So we pushed it off, and I continued studying. I went to junior college, it's also a meet, and that started really good. But then on the 18th of November 2014, my dad went to pray in the synagogue, and in that morning there were 2 terrorists that came in and murdered 4 prayers and a Druze policeman. And my dad was severely injured. My beloved dad remained in almost a year in a coma. And through that year, Amit were there for me. They didn't let me fall. They helped me with after school to catch up what I was missing, because half of the week I was in the hospital, and half of the week I was in school. And I thought maybe they felt pity for me, but no, they believed in me, and they weren't willing to let me fall. So my father passed away, and I decided that I have to go serve in the military, because if I don't go, and my neighbor doesn't go, and my friend doesn't go, so who would protect Israel? Who would save on us that things like this, events like this, won't repeat themselves? So I was a lone soldier, and because my family didn't support it, but I finished my Army service with excellence, and I started my bachelor in political science in the IDC Reichman University, and now I continue to my master's. I'm now in a special program. I'm an exchange student in the Bonn University in Germany, and I am so proud to be standing here today and telling you this, because without the help of Amit, without them believing in me and supporting me and loving and caring for me, I wouldn't be standing here today. So I'm only one story of Amit, and there are many others. And thank you.
Okay. Now I'd like to invite to the stage Yariv Pear. Yariv Pear is CEO of NetSpark. We're going to talk about the big challenge that we have these days online, when our kids are online, and there are no limits at all. Yariv Pear, one-on-one. Okay, Yariv. So first of all, how many years ago did this all begin? NetSpark, Rimon,
It began almost 15 years from today. Actually, it's established by Rabbi Yoshua Shapira from Yeshivat Ramat Gan, that 15 years ago, he understood that there's going to be a problem. There is a new thing called internet, and we are talking about 15 years ago, okay? There wasn't any images, but only text. And he understood that in the future there's going to be a problem how to balance between family values and free access to information that, as I said, 15 years was really limited. But I think that he realized what's going to happen. And
there was an understanding that the solution had to be technological, not just telling people what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do. It had to be technological.
Exactly. So we understood that in order to, I don't want to use the term fight, but in order to stand against the technology, we need to develop a technology that actually will help ourselves and our kids to deal with this streaming of technology. And therefore we started actually manually. I mean, there was people that actually read text and use
censor, basically.
Yeah, but after the years, when the growth was rapidly, we understood that we have to develop something much more sophisticated, and therefore we started to develop a very sophisticated algorithm by very smart guys that actually develop new after new algorithms that today, I'm proud to say, that we have one of the most sophisticated artificial intelligence with many patents, that today we're able to identify in milliseconds images, videos that usually need, let's say it's a 1 hour video, our system is able to scan it in almost 1.3 seconds in order to not...
Today, the numbers on NetSpark are amazing. About 100,000 households enjoy protected home internet. 150,000 approximately use NetSpark applications on smartphones, and also around the world. And over 4,000 schools in Israel use NetSpark's filtering software. So, you know, nowadays everything's about free speech. Everything is supposed to be free. People are understanding that we need the limits. We need the limitations.
Yeah, I think that first of all, we succeeded to create a change in Israel. And we also succeeded to create a standard that responsible parents, those who have remote software in their home router and NetSpark application in their kids' smartphone. I think that we also succeeded to create a standard that internet with a filter, it's actually like a vaccine that protects ourselves again COVID. Internet with a filter, from our point of view, it's protecting our children's soul and minds, and that's the reason why we're bringing our solution to America.
Now, we'll talk about bringing the solution in America, but for those, just so people understand, it's maybe unpleasant to talk about it, how do you define the threats that are out there?
Let me share with you a personal story. Recently, I attended a wedding. So just before the chuppah, I got a very surprising hug. Now, a stranger approaches me and he gave me a really strong hug. Now, even though we are used getting hugs in Israel, it's quite strange to get it from a completely stranger. So he approaches me and told me that we never met, but he told me that you saved my son's life. And at that moment, I felt that we became close and friends, like we know each other for a long time. He told me that his son was addicted to pornography. He locked himself for countless hours in his room and watched this terrible pornography content. And he said to me that he, as a father, he felt helpless. And our technology, our NetSpark solution, helped him to stop that. And we need to understand that the internet brought to our life an amazing thing. First of all, it helped us to stay connected with our families, friends, colleagues, especially during the COVID. And also it brought us access to information and knowledge. But on the other hand, it also gave our kids enormous time spending online with their screens.
You
and
probably
more
hear,
than that.
you probably hear parents say, no, it can't happen to Abayas. Our kids are learning good schools. Our kids are tzaddikim, as we say in Hebrew.
Yeah, so I think first of all we need to say that we are talking about a social pandemic. I will give you some data. The statistics say that the average age of child that's being exposed to pornography, it's 11. Now, if the average is 11, it means that some kids will get exposed to this kind of content. They will be only 7 or 8 years old, and we're getting this feedback from teachers. 2 out of 3 kids reported that they've been exposed to inappropriate content even before they were bar mitzvah. And I think the last numbers I can share with you is that kids 12 to 16 years old define themselves addicted to their smartphone. Now back to your question, the main challenge is every time that we conduct a survey, 80% of the parents are sure that their kids are not part of these statistics. We need to wake up.
Okay. 2 important things that I want to talk about today is the fact, first of all, that you're working with an American company, American-based company, and you feel that there is demand for your product here in America.
Yeah, for sure. The truth that 3 years ago, when we came to establish our subsidiary company here in the States, we wasn't sure if there is a demand. We first of all thought that it's mostly a Jewish issue. We are more care about our children. And then we find out there are so many supporters for that issue. We have now partners who came from the evangelical community, from other community, not only religious communities. And now they are part now of this important mission. And I think that in the news we mostly heard about the progressive, and I was happy to see that there are so many people, not just among the Jews, but from other communities that care about our children's future.
2 more important issues that I don't want us to miss. First of all, that it's not only for children. It's very important that, ideologically people are saying it's for the kids, but it's not only for the children.
Yeah, it's the truth that it's very comfortable for us to talk about children, but it's not all about children. Usually we define the problem of the internet, we define 3 main problems. The first problem is inappropriate content, exposure to. The top problem is pornography, but it's not only pornography, it's also gambling, weapon, drugs, and other stuffs. The second thing, it's called screen time. It means that regardless what your children are watching, the time that they spend on the screen, instead of meeting in person with friends, playing outside, it's a problem, and we can call it as it is. It's addiction. But it's not only a kid's problem. We all suffer from this problem. I think that if we will be honest, most of the people here, including me, will admit that when we wake up, even before we say Modeh Ani, we're checking our WhatsApp and emails, okay? So we need to deal with that.
Last but not least, I understand that you're working with legal authorities in terms of fighting sex offenders.
Yeah, it's a new line of business we just got in. Actually, the main purpose, besides being here with you and Besheva, and we learned that our technology have a very unique ability, and we learned there is a real pain in the law enforcement units that deal with predators, that deal with pedophile. And now we help, with our technology, we help law enforcement to accelerate all the process that today investigators need to spend countless hours exposing to this kind of terrible content, and also to spend too much time instead of catching the right person. With our technology, we accelerate everything, and after a few hours, they are receiving a report of all the explicit content that we found on the suspect devices.
Okay, Yariv Pear, CEO of NetSpark. Ramon, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Great, good to see you. And now, if we're talking about supporters of Israel, let's get this earpiece away. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is a big supporter of Israel, a big supporter of Jerusalem, a big supporter of the right for the Jewish people to live in the land of Israel. He could not attend our event here today, but it was very important for him to share with us the following message, and he does not, avoid himself from politics. So let's listen to Senator Ted Cruz.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for inviting me to speak with you and for standing as a pillar for Israel. During the 10 years I've served in the Senate, I have resolved to be Israel's strongest defender in the United States Senate. I am committed to ensuring that Israel has sovereignty over its territories, and I was proud to lead the push to recognize the Golan Heights and repeatedly and strongly urge the Trump administration to move our embassy to Jerusalem, the once an eternal and undivided capital of Israel. I'm also deeply committed to Israel's security and have fought to ensure that the United States shredded the catastrophic Obama-Iran nuclear deal. Under President Biden, preserving those victories and deepening our relationship with Israel has been a day-to-day and sometimes hour-by-hour fight. There are some in the Biden administration who want to undermine Israel and undermine the special relationship that America has with Israel. We've seen this administration express its desire to open a Palestinian consulate in Jerusalem, which is designed to undermine Israel's sovereignty in Jerusalem and to elevate Palestinian claims to that city. This administration has also been emboldening Iran, which is incredibly dangerous. Since the first days of his presidency, Joe Biden has been looking the other way as Iran repeatedly disregards and ignores sanctions. Biden has restored civil nuclear waivers for Iran, which the Ayatollah is exploiting right now to build up Iran's nuclear program with the express intention of developing nuclear weapons to be able to destroy America and destroy Israel. The Biden administration has looked the other way as the Ayatollah has made dramatic progress on his nuclear program, producing enough enriched uranium to make a nuclear weapon in mere weeks. As we fight these battles, I'm grateful for your leadership. Israel remains strong, as is the unbreakable friendship between America and Israel. I'm honored to stand alongside you and to fight for the U.S.-Israel relationship, leading that fight in the United States Senate. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, we're going to continue with the Jerusalem Awards. Emunah. Woo! We have also a prize for Shmuel Goldstein. He's not here with us today. His prize is for Lifetime Guardian of Zion. Let's give him a round of applause, and we will present his prize later on. And now, Let's continue to the Jerusalem Prize to Emunah. Okay, I'd like to invite Debbie Binnenfeld, National President, Emunah of America. Jerusalem Award for Social Welfare Award is hereby conferred upon Debbie Binnenfeld, National President, Emunah of America, on behalf of World Emunah and its affiliates in recognition of Emunah's excellence in religious Zionist education, social welfare services, and immigrant absorption in Israel. Emunah provides a clear and valuable voice on topics that are critical for the interests of religious Zionist women around the world and is instrumental in encouraging Aliyah to Israel and strengthening Jewish and religious Zionist identity in the diaspora. Round of applause for Emunah. Okay, now a one-on-one interview. Debbie Binnenfeld, National President, Emunah of America, with Tal Heinrich here. See right here. One-on-one interview.
Hi, Debbie. What a wonderful video. Cheerful. Your organization, Emunah, is famous for providing social services to people in Israel who really need it. But I understand that you are also working to promote a social change within the Jewish community that relates to women particularly. Can you tell us about it?
Sure. Is this on?
It is.
Okay, so I just want to tell you that, first of all, I really thank you. I take a lot of pride in representing Emunah. And that video that was shown was really like, I remember making that video several years ago, and it's just, every time I look at it, it brings tears to my eyes. So Emunah was founded about in the 1930s, and it really was, geared to help people in crisis, families, individuals in crisis, to, help them get on their feet and whatever, recovery that they need. And, although it is a religious Zionist organization, it really is, it covers the whole country and does not discriminate. Every demographic in Israel is supported by Emunah. And so I want to talk first about, in the religious sphere, because as I said, it is a religious Zionist organization. So Emunah has been very active in, advocating for more inclusion in women in the religious sphere. So recently, they've now made a mandate that a third of the representation in religious councils have to be women. They have now training for women kashrut supervisors, mashgichot. They have training for women to become halachic consultants in areas that affect women, yoetzet halacha. And there are women now in the committees that appoint the dayanim for religion in the courts. So that's on the religious sphere. In the secular arena, they advocate for women's laws all the time, but also, family laws. So, for instance, there's the daycare centers, that we operate 120 daycare centers across Israel. And they're working to put more regulations into the daycare system in terms of better pay for the workers, better working conditions, better ratios between worker, caregiver, and how many children they take care of. And you know, it is a women's profession predominantly, but it is a societal issue because everybody in Israel depends on the daycare centers, right? From the age of 4 months to get to work. So they do that. And I'll just go through very quickly, you know, the other programs that they have. They have the Emunah Lapidot program, which is a preparatory course for religious women to enter the IDF. So it clues the IDF into what the needs are for religious women so that they could fully serve their country. We have, you know, we're very connected to the Bat Ami and Sherut Leomi programs. So we do that too. And it's just all over the country, community leadership, rabbis, training, you know, just to help people make, you know, the religious voice heard and, you know.
So one of the very interesting programs that you have, maybe program is not the right word, but you also run the Emunah Appleman College, which is a unique institution in Israel for women who wish to observe, be dedicated in their faith, but also expand their practical education and complete their studies. How does it work exactly?
So that's really a baby of ours because actually the Emunah Appleman College for the Arts was established by Emunah of America. So it is a very unique institution of higher learning that affords religious women to pursue a career in the arts, as well as to not have to compromise their religious observance. They graduate with a degree in arts education, visual arts, fine arts, you know, theater production, and they become, you know, later on leaders or art educators in schools across Israel. They become theater producers, and you know, and most notably, what I really, you know, would like to add about the college that is really unique is that because it's a religious-based college, it affords the students to express their art through a Jewish perspective, most notably with Holocaust education, teaching the Holocaust through the arts, and it's been, you know, very widely received. And we also have a Mechina program there that allows women who have not yet completed their Bagrut to go ahead and complete it so that they could, you know, go into higher education.
And, you know, one of the topics that has been in the headlines, unfortunately, in Israel lately is domestic abuse. And I know that you are doing your best to act in the field, but you're doing it within a sector of the population where it's sometimes overlooked. And tell us a bit about it. How is Emunah engaging in activities that try to prevent abuse in the family?
Okay, so, you know, Emunah, since the corona, Emunah responds to the needs of, you know, the society. So because of the coronavirus pandemic, there's collateral damage everywhere, right? And unfortunately, one of the things that, you know, they've seen in Israel is a 300% increase in domestic violence cases. So domestic violence, it affects the entire family system. And so we offer, you know, through our 10 counseling centers, we offer family, individual, couples counseling. And as a matter of fact, I want to just call out here that one of our major donors for Emunah, Ruben and Celia Margolis, they opened up the crisis center in Sderot that deals with this. So in June, actually, of last year, the government requested Emunah to open up a shelter in Israel for women. And it is the first of its kind in all of Israel because the women live with their children together in like an apartment dwelling for a year. They're offered every kind of support, and the children as well. And they have a year, you know, to live there. And in response, I know in 2019, there was the tragedy of Michal Sela. So they now started this new initiative called the Kol Kala Initiative to get Kala teachers and mikveh attendants to recognize, identify abuse before the marriage and when, you know, they're married, so that there's something to be done, you know, that could be helped.
What a remarkable initiative, blessed initiative. Thank you so much, Debbie
Thank you
Bienenfeld,
so
for
much.
what you're doing. and for
Thank
this
you.
terrific conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I am pleased and honored to introduce to you the next panel that will join me here on stage, and we'll discuss immigration to Israel, the Jewish state, a hot topic that has constantly been in the headlines, but very much over the last 2 years. So I welcome to the stage Mr. Ze'ev Gorshensky, Executive Vice President of Nefesh B'Nefesh, Mr. Shai Felder, Vice President of Jews in the diaspora to move to Israel nowadays.
Well, I think you can find many reasons, and depending on the situation. It can come from economical decisions. It can come from a professional that you want to change in your life. It can come from level of education and other anti-Semitism, obviously, war like in Ukraine. But eventually we see that there needs to be a fundamental base for all of that. And that's the love of Israel, that's Zionism, and education. The more we invest in education, the more people will choose to make Aliyah in different situations in their life.
It's not the cheap real estate, for sure.
Unfortunately not, and this is one of the challenges we need to face regarding Olim. We know it's a difficult one, but we need to challenge it.
You can pick it up, Zev. Take it.
No, it's a challenge for everyone. We at Nefesh B'Nefesh, since 2005, we actually were funded by the Israeli government, so we work very closely with the Ministry of Absorption and Integration. And since 2008, we work together with the Jewish Agency, and we really focus on removing obstacles, on trying to then identify those obstacles and confront them with all our resources,
So give us some examples as for what are these obstacles.
So we identified at the time, and we tried to evaluate year by year those obstacles. But really, there are financial obstacles. Israeli bureaucracy is known to be tough. Employment, of course, like Ganit mentioned, and integration into Israeli society, which includes really the language. Exactly. So once you tackle those 4 obstacles, you're able to bring thousands of Olim. And in 2021, we were blessed with 4,500 Olim that made Aliyah from North America.
Wow. Are they particularly young, or how would you divide them?
The average age of the Nefesh B'Nefesh Olim is 34. We see around, I think we see now more families coming. We see many young professionals coming actually to go into the army together with different programs supported by our friends here. But we see a big variety of everyone coming.
Well, no, I just want Zev to tell about the last thing we did together with the Ulpan for professionals.
One of the things we're being asked by the ministry to do is to actually help Olim pre-Aliyah do their Ulpan. And we at Nefesh B'Nefesh, we focus on the Olim, on these obstacles throughout the entire process, starting from pre-Aliyah and working with them during their Aliyah process and after they make Aliyah until they integrate into Israeli society. Ganit is talking about a pre-med Ulpan that we started, a medical professional Ulpan to help those who go into the medical professions, physicians, nurses, OTs, etc., and to actually learn the professional Hebrew that is needed to work in Israel, but to start pre-Aliyah, and that is supported by the ministry, and that's a real breakthrough.
Many years ago, the thought was that you start your Aliyah or your Klita, your absorption, once you land in Ben Gurion. I think what we are trying to do, together with the ministry, with Nefesh B'Nefesh and others, is to start as much as you can in preparation, like learning Hebrew, exams for your qualification in Israel. And the more we prepare you before your Aliyah, we remove the obstacles along the way. Then the decision of coming is becoming more easier.
Well, there's a certain group of recent Olim that could not have prepped for the moment, and I'm talking about Olim from Ukraine, who are refugees from the war in Ganit. I want to ask you, because I know you've been very much involved with welcoming this group. How exactly is it being done? What is the process like? And talk to us in numbers.
Well, we're about over 20,000 Olim came to Israel. Many of them came as Olim, and half of them came as, you know, something Shai is calling them go or no go. I mean, we knew for 70% that their eligibility for Aliyah will work up, and they came. And most of them were in hotels, which is really new effort for us. They came, a lot of them with plastic bags, a lot of them, of course, only women and children, because the husbands stay there to fight. And we accepted them in the hotels, okay? It was like over 40 hotels all over the country. And when we saw them, you saw the shock on their face. They were totally lost. They were totally alone. They didn't really know what to do and how to do. And I think we tried to do it together nicely. We had all kinds of organizations that volunteered to come and help. Many organizations, youth groups, and others, and senior citizens, and whoever. And we also gave them like cultural things and trips to the Golan, to the Galil, to whatever. And now we see them coming out, going to their residence. It's not that easy, but you can even now see them that only 600 stayed out of 4,000, out of 5,000, only 600 are still in hotels, and I'm sure the numbers will go down in the few weeks.
Wow, this is heartwarming.
I just want to mention that throughout the process, we got a call from our friends at the ministry asking us also to see what we could do for the Ukrainians. And because we have an infrastructure in our offices in Jerusalem to process Olim, we were really privileged to help these Ukrainian Olim come to our office and get processed by the Ministry of Interior and by the Ministry of Aliyah Integration, and actually do a one-stop shop in the Nefesh B'Nefesh offices, us giving them the premises to do this great work. And really just being able to help wherever we can. It was heartbreaking, very difficult stories. But I think that once you create an infrastructure that could help Olim from all over the world, then the sky's the limit of the work we could do together.
We don't want to leave your offices now, you know that.
You're always welcome.
Did you want to add something?
No. Bringing the Olim from Ukraine, we have to remember one thing. They were not planning on making Aliyah, or at least not soon. So they found themselves in a situation where they're running away. As Ganit said, we met them in the hotels prior to the arrival with the plastic bag. But I think now the biggest challenge is how to make sure that they will stay in Israel. Because they ran away, now they are here. They got the warm welcome in the beginning. Now they have to face job reality, Hebrew, accommodation, and it's our responsibility to make sure that the absorption will be in that way that will decide to stay even when the war in Ukraine will end.
Well, you know, the war in Ukraine has put the debate over Israel being a nation state once back in the spotlight when, you know, the public, the media, lawmakers discussed whether it is okay to promote or prioritize Jewish-based Aliyah over non-Jews from Ukraine. And I don't know which of you who wants to take this question, but I probably, I believe that you've been asked this question many times, like how do you explain to people that the idea of a Jewish state is legitimate, that in order to protect it, Aliyah is part of the game, and that if Israel is encouraging Aliyah, it is not necessarily being less democratic. But what do you say to such arguments, saying that Israel is less of a democracy because it encourages Aliyah in certain situations like that?
My answer is that if you look 8 years ago, Jews from around Europe, they don't have a place to run to. Now they have. And since they have a place, this is what Israel was created for. And as Ganit said, in 2 months, we got more than 20,000 Olim. And to make sure that every Jew that wants to leave the Ukraine will be doing so. By the way, part of them didn't want to make Aliyah, just want to run away. We said, that's fine. We are not only in the business of Aliyah, but saving Jewish life, it's our responsibility. I used to get a phone call from one of my friends every day and ask me, Shai, how many Jews have you saved today? And my answer to him was, not enough. And I think this is why Israel was created. This is our responsibility at any given time to any given community around the world. I hope we will not need it, but if we need it, we're going to be there for them.
I'd like to add another angle. Israel is a haven for any Jew around the world. And it should be known throughout the world that Jews could come to Israel whenever they're in need to it. But another angle is that Israel is a light to the nations. And as a light to the nations, we want to attract as many Olim. And we want people to choose Israel. And I think that if we talk in New York and to North American Jewry, we want them to choose Israel as their future, for them, for their families, for their children, and not to run away from something, but to run to something. And that's what we're here for.
Terrific answers. It wasn't an easy one. It's never an easy one. I find myself struggling every time I get attacked. Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
For the security, prosperity of the Jewish people.
Our pleasure.
For our next conversation, I would like to invite to the stage and introduce you to Ro'i Abekassis. Ro'i is head of the Spiritual Services Department at the World Zionist Organization, and Ro'i formerly served as the head of World Bnei Akiva. Welcome.
Shalom.
Got the music now. So, Ro'i, everyone in this room, Israelis and Jewish Americans alike, are well aware of the significance of Israel as a Jewish state, to the existence of the Jewish people, the prosperity of the Jewish people. But I know that you recognize certain gaps between these two groups of American Jews and Israelis, and that you have certain grievances over how the relationship is being handled, sometimes by the state. So allow me to wear my very Kova Israeli, my Israeli hat now, and ask you, what are we missing here? What are we doing wrong? What can be done better?
I would like to start with a personal story. I grew up in a very Israeli way. I grew up in Kedumim together in Dudu. I went to high school yeshiva together with Yariv Pe'er. I went to Yeshivat Tagush. I served in Golani. And one day, when I sat in the Bet Midrash, a good friend of mine sat next to me and offered me to go on Shlichut for 3 weeks to Bnei Akiva camp in Ukraine. I was amazed. I didn't know that there is Bnei Akiva in Chutz La'aretz. And I remember myself that during these 3 weeks, so I understood that I missed something. And there is a big story behind it that I wasn't aware of. And more than this, I remember a special moment that we stand in the end of the camp, 250 Chanichim, wearing Tnuah shirts and singing Hatikva in a Russian accent. For me, it was, again, wow. I think this shlichut changed the course of my life. Why I'm saying it? Because this is my personal story, but I do believe that very few in Israel are aware to the fact that the majority of Am Israel still live in Chutz La'aretz. Very few understand that the Orthodox stream in North America is between 8 to 10%, and very few are aware to the rate of assimilation. I think that Am Israel and the state of Israel need to be more aware to the situation in Chutz La'aretz, and to be aware to the challenges of the communities abroad. And maybe even I can see now a little bit a significant shift in their relationship with the diaspora communities. And one of the proof for this is this conference, and Toda Rabba B'Sheva for this. Yes. but still we are very far away.
There is a lack of awareness in Israel. What do you say?
I say like this, that if I think there is a view in Israel that American Jews has to make Aliyah and live in Israel. There is a certain view like this. There is no place, they are living in the Galut, and if they are not coming to Israel, it's become to be their problems. Personally, I say that every Jew should come and live in Israel. However, despite all the incredible efforts of Nefesh B'Nefesh and other organizations, we have something like 4,000, 5,000 Jews that are making Aliyah every year. So let's do a short exercise, okay? If we will wait until all the Jews will make Aliyah from America on a rate of 4,000 Jews every year, it will take us almost 2,000 years until the American Jewry will come to Israel. And this is in one condition, that no one of them will assimilate. And we are aware to the rate of 60%. Why I'm saying this is that alongside our efforts to encourage Aliyah, we have to strengthen Jewish communities. We have to continue sending them shlichim and to strengthen the connection to Medinat Israel. And I think if this is going to be the attitude, the raise and the desire, it's going to be a raise of the desire of many to make Aliyah also.
So just briefly to wrap this up, what in particular do you believe has been very effective? The shlichim?
Shlichim, but more than this. In a survey of Taglit alumni, I found that they were asked, what was the most significant experience you had during the 10 days in Israel? They didn't say HaKotel HaMa'aravi, nor Yad Vashem, nor Elat. They said the interaction with Israeli soldiers on the bus. And this is bringing to my mind that maybe we need to invest dafka on the interactions and meeting between the two populations. When I was Mazkal of Bnei Akiva, I remember that one of the things that we did together with the Jewish agency, Shai is here, we found the Mechina Olami, pre-military Mechina, boys and girls, young chevre from Israel and from Chutz La'aretz, sitting together, learning together. Think about it, a young girl, American girl, sitting with a young Israeli girl and dealing with the challenges of communities abroad, and vice versa. American boy see his roommate Israeli preparing himself to going to the army every morning. It's a fact. All sides benefit from this. I mean, people ask themselves, what is my responsibility for the other part of Am Yisrael?
Maria Bekasis, I love your idea. I appreciate what you're doing, and I think all of us here, that is terrific, and let's just hope it is implemented and that you lead the charge. Thank you so much.
תודה רבה לכם.
Our next guest today is Rabbi Yoshua Fass. He is the co-founder and executive director of Nefesh B'Nefesh, a nonprofit organization that promotes, encourages, and facilitates Aliyah from the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. Welcome, Rabbi Fass. So, Rabbi Fass, you know, I've been living in New York for almost 5 years now, and in particular, over the last 2 years, I've been hearing for so many, first Israeli expats, but also American Jews, that they're either planning Aliyah or just contemplating the idea, waiting for the right moment to arrive. I'm also hearing about many people moving to Florida, but that's a whole different story. I know you don't do that.
It's a new organization that we're starting.
It's a different organization. So tell us, how many Olim have you helped so far? And what are the trends that you've experienced as of lately?
Okay, we've had the distinct privilege and pleasure of helping over 75,000 North Americans move to Israel. We're equally proud that our retention rate is over 92, 93% of those who've made Aliyah. And on top of that, the natural growth has been over 25, 30,000 babies and grandchildren over these last years. So it's an ecosystem.
For the, yeah.
Exactly, about like 100,000 people.
That's incredible. So what about the trends? Are these families, young people?
So if you would have asked me 2 years ago before Corona, I would have said that the biggest trend that we were marking was a younger population. Those who finished college or had a birthright experience, who were looking for a fulfillment of identity, of connecting to Israel because of opportunity. And some of the essays were fascinating. Instead of being number 4,000 for an interview in Google, I'll be number 40 and I'll go to Tel Aviv. So the opportunity that was speaking was remarkable. But during Corona, things shifted. And we saw an incredible spike in interest, and it actualized within numbers. We had a 30% increase of Aliyah last year. And I think Corona did three things. Number one, it opened up this whole possibility of remote work. The ability to work from home removed a huge obstacle for people who are thinking about moving to Israel. The second is just your connectivity to family. For 2 years, we were all trying to find a way of connecting to our parents, our siblings, our grandparents. And now people can think, you know what, I can Zoom, I can connect. There's a way of viscerally connecting to family members, even though I might not be in a proximal setting. And the third, it allowed people to pause and to reflect on their own identity. A lot of times we are so fused with our synagogues, temples, federations that we don't have ability to step back and reflect. And that forced people, 2 years being in their homes, to ask what their own trajectory was and what they wanted to do with their lives.
I very much agree with number three, because these are the conversations that I've had with people contemplating Aliyah or taking the move, people that I never thought would have done it, and they did it. To what extent has the Israeli government been helpful in the Aliyah process, and what do you think can be done better on behalf of the state?
You just had a panel here of remarkable people and remarkable organizations. You have the Jewish Agency, our dear partner, Ministry of Immigration and Absorption. They're working around the clock to fulfill the dreams of many, many, and thousands and 10,000s of people who want to make Aliyah.
But even around the clock cannot beat some of the bureaucracy.
Correct. There is a trend within the government now, within the different ministries, of thinking out of the box, thinking creatively, wanting to leverage the talents of the Olim who are moving to Israel so that they can hit the ground running. And we see that even just in the example that we gave with Ulpan for pre-med. And there are many, many different examples. But the bureaucracy, and that's not with our dear friends who are sitting here, but really with the Ministry of Interior, can be reduced and can be accelerated. And if you have an orientation that every single Ole is a gem, is a diamond, that they just get it. They understand that the destiny of the Jewish people is in Israel. And if the government of Israel understands that, then they'll handle those gems and those diamonds very differently.
I want to ask you what I asked Ro'i, because what you're saying now is exactly what he just talked about on the stage. How do you make the Israeli population more aware of what you just said, that every Ole is a gem? So do we take it for granted? I'm Israeli, so I speak by plural. But
we do, and I think we have to put a magnifying glass over the accomplishments of the Olim and how they are thriving and contributing to Israeli society. We started 7 years ago this concept of the Bonei Tzion Prize, and highlighting on just the Anglo community of just their impact and their influence, just so that we can educate the Israeli community and the Israeli public that Olim are making a huge difference in Israeli society. So if we can do that with other sectors, with other Olim, with our dear partners, I think that will slowly change just the appreciation and acknowledgement of what Olim and Aliyah is today.
Rabbi Yoshua Fass, thank you so much for what
pleasure.
You're doing.
Thank you.
Yoni Kempinski.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. It's a TV game show, you'll see. Let's now join leading entrepreneurs from the Binyamin region as they present their business-oriented panel. Will they gain valuable supports? Let's begin and invite our participants. We'll see their names up here. Our host for today, Eliana Passentin, Director of the International Desk of Binyamin, and Aaron Katzov, Director of the Binyamin Fund. Our wolves tonight, Joseph Dueck, New York City Commissioner, businessman and philanthropist, Dr. Edgar White, Phoenix Data Solutions, and Michael D. Farkas, the Farkas Group Incorporated. Let's begin.
Welcome, everyone. AY, doing okay?
Hello, welcome.
We're so excited to be here tonight.
Very excited. Now, if New York can not come to Binyamin, we are now, for the first time ever, bringing Binyamin to New York. Over 3,500 years ago, Joshua crosses the Jordan River. He comes into Israel to settle the land. Yes, he was a settler. Already then, the symbol for the Benjamin tribe was the wolf. Until today, centuries later, us, the Benjamin region, flies on our flag the Binyamin wolf.
We'd like to thank our special guests, members of our wolf pack for today. Sharks are predators. They look for the kill, but wolves live in packs. They know that to succeed, they need each other. They're smart. They don't want to win by power plays, but by community.
With us here today, we have leading businessmen in their own right, international businessmen and philanthropists, and they are here today with us. We wanted to invite to the stage Mr. Michael Farkas, CEO of Farkas Estates and many other companies.
Thank you, Michael. We'd like to invite to the stage Joey Dueck, New York City Commissioner, businessman and philanthropist.
And our third wolf for tonight, Dr. Edgar White, CEO of Phoenix Data Solutions, who also, like Michael, just landed here a couple hours ago from Florida, special for this event.
So thank you so much for joining us today.
שלום.
אהלן.
וואו.
מה קורה, ליאנה?
וואו.
ברוכה הבאה.
הזוג אופנה.
הקמנו את המסעדה הנפלאה הזאת, שקשורה פה לאדמה, לתנ"ך, להר, שאנשים יתחברו לכאן, לארץ הזאת.
אני זוכרת שיש לך איזה סיפור, היית במאסטר שף, עקבנו אחרי זה, כל המשפחה, מכאן נולד הרעיון?
האמת שמאסטר שף נתן לי פוש, הילדים שלי רשמו אותי, לא ידעתי בכלל מה זה מאסטר שף. הציעו לי גם לפתוח במרכז, בתל אביב. אני רוצה להביא את התל אביבים לפה.
אתה יוצא ללקט צמחים?
וואו, יש פה כל כך הרבה דברים שאפשר לאכול, מהאדמה, מהעצים שיש פה באזור. בואו נלך לראות.
יאללה.
אפשר להתחבר למקום, לאנשים, לתנ"ך, דרך הטעם. מבחינתי השליחות שלי זה לחבר אנשים לפה, לארץ ישראל, של בנימין, לחבר אותם דרך האוכל.
אנחנו יצאנו מהמסעדה, הלכנו מעט ברגל, ואנחנו בתוך אתר שילה הקדומה, בירת ישראל הראשונה, זה וואו. זה המקום שעבר והרבה נפגשים, זה מרגש לדעת שכל החומרי גלם זה חומרי גלם מקומיים, והשמן זית, היין, זה כיף גדול.
זאת הבת שלי, רבקה, אנחנו עובדים פה ביחד. המיזם שלנו הוא לעשות סדנאות של אוכל תנכי, אוכל מקומי. בסוף אנחנו רוצים לחבר אנשים לאדמה דרך האוכל. חיים!
Everybody, Yonadav Nizri, Master Chef.
תודה, אלוף. Okay, thank you. Many people in the world have read the Bible. I want to give them the opportunity to taste the Bible, the Tanakh. I have a dream to open the first biblical culinary center in Shiloh, the place that we saw. I want to give the people a new experience through their senses by having different workshops using the natural local ingredients, just like our forefathers did thousands years ago.
Give him a hand, guys. Give him a hand.
I'm gonna start. I know that Shiloh is about an hour from Tel Aviv and about an hour from Jerusalem. How do you plan on attracting people to come that far for the workshops?
It's a good question. That's what I asked myself before I opened the restaurant. But I saw that now I know that people come and already we are book, איך אומרים? מלאים. Full, yeah. So I know that people will come because people looking for connection with the land, not only the food. So people will come. I know that.
How long does a workshop typically last?
How long the what?
How long is the program?
I think about 1 hour till 3 hours, no more.
So maybe I'd recommend, I know that Shiloh is a area rich in wineries and vineyards, perhaps pairing it with a tour of a local vineyard, a local winery, you might be able to attract more customers to your workshops.
Well, this is a good idea. Yeah.
I'll come for that.
כפיים. אחלה רעיון. Wow, באמת. We have so many vineyards and wineries around us, so it's a really good idea. Thank you.
Another question I have, I noticed you made many references to biblical cooking, biblical style of cooking. What do you mean exactly by biblical cooking?
There is a lot of dishes. We don't know that, but a lot of dishes all over the Tanakh and the Mishnah and Gemara. There is a lot of dishes, and I want to לחדש אותם.
Renew them.
Renew them.
The only one I remember, and perhaps because I was out cutting with Michael that day from school, was the story when the angels came to visit Abraham, and Rashi comments that he served them tongue with mustard. That's the only story I recommend. I remember.
Yeah, it's exactly. I do this dish in my menu. This is we call it the Malachi Avraham, angel of Avraham. Yeah.
So
exactly.
I remember reading a while back. There's a lot of foods that are mentioned in the Tanakh that are kosher, but because they can't identify the species, for example, or there's some questions, they're not served and prepared. For example, grasshoppers would be one of those examples, and not that I'm looking to eat a grasshopper. But
grasshopper is chagavim.
Chagavim, right.
Yeah.
So why not incorporate something like that into your workshops, where you're finding and procuring these foods that have been lost and that are kosher, and that you can, probably.
I think it's a good idea. And my father came from Morocco. In Morocco, they ate chagavim.
Sorry to hear that.
and I try also. It's very tasty. Yes, that is, there is one in 10 years.
there is a good, big meal that they make this chagavim and all over these dishes.
Fantastic. Well, I'm looking forward to coming out to visit your restaurant and maybe do a workshop with you.
Yalla,
But no grasshoppers in my workshop.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Amazing. Everybody, thank you,
you.
Yonadav. I guess if people are going to drive all the way over to Shiloh, then they're going to buy the whole menu out, right? By the time they get there.
Thank you, Yehuda.
Okay, we have our next entrepreneur. Here we go.
כשהייתי ילדה בשנות ה-90 גרתי באזור כפרי ולא הייתי חשופה להרבה טכנולוגיה והייתה לי הזדמנות ללמוד תכנות. ההזדמנות הזאת שנתנו לי בגיל צעיר שינתה לי את החיים. עבדתי הרבה שנים בתעשייה, בין היתר במייקרוסופט ובכמה סטארט-אפים. אני רוצה להחזיר את הדבר הזה חזרה, ויחד עם חנן רובין יזמנו פרויקט שמאפשר לתלמידים ללמוד את מקצועות ההייטק בגיל צעיר.
So I met Yael in Binyamin Tech and I told her, look, you have this amazing place, most innovative technology, amazing people. Why won't we bring this to the children of Binyamin? But eventually we made it happen.
ערכנו פיילוט יחד עם עמותת Seeds of Light.
And children, you have to see them. They flourish. They love the course. They love everything that is happening here. They develop. They're not just, walking. They're running to school.
It feels amazing, and I never dreamed that I would build something like this. This beautiful car.
As a mother to 2 children in this program, I find it really important that they're receiving these tools. They're learning how to code. I don't even know how to code. And it's giving them an opportunity for like a big advance in the future.
אנחנו בטוחים שהדבר הזה ישפיע עליהם בעתיד מבחירת המקצוע שלהם. אנחנו מעוניינים להרחיב את הפיילוט לכל היישובים במועצה, בבנימין. זו מועצה מאוד גדולה עם אלפי תלמידים, יש לנו 17 בתי ספר.
They are writing the future, literally.
It's a great opportunity for all of them, and it's just the beginning. To change the world.
Give a hand for the kids of Binyamin.
Hanan, come on up and let's change the world right here in Manhattan. Thank you so much for coming.
Change the world, but I forgot to change the shirt that I was wearing in the movie, so not sure about that. Shalom. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you. Living in Binyamin is not always easy. We're on the front line, and being on the front line means that you have to think out of the box. You have to be creative. You have to be better. We want to take this pilot program that we just started and have it spread out all over the 17 junior highs of Binyamin. Because we know that when we give our children the ability to write code, we're also giving them the ability to write the next chapter in our history.
It sounds like you're doing some very interesting things. My question is, why are these kids interested in coding and tech?
So, I'll answer you not as the guy who initiated this program, but as a father to 2 children, one of them you saw on the screen, that participated in this program and still participating in this program. Actually, as a father, I hope I'm not the only one who struggles every day to send his kids to school. I'm kicking them out of the bed. I'm trying very hard, pushing them, And there are only 2 occasions where they go by themselves. They wake up and they go by themselves. First one is they want to watch NBA games, so they wake up. But the second one, which is way more important, is when they have this coding course. It starts early. It takes almost 4 hours of their time. It's very hard. They have a lot of homework, but they run. They run to school. They're smiling. They're happy. They come back. They tell me all about it. I'm absolutely positive that the children are into it. and so are the parents.
It sounds like you're successful in what you're doing now. You know, coming from a tech world, we always look at scalability. You mentioned you're looking to expand. Can you tell me a little bit more about what's the next phase? How do we take this beyond what you're doing in Binyamin Tech Center to expand it to other areas in Israel?
So it's a very good question. I think that, again, this is a pilot program. And our capability in Binyamin, because of our muatzah, because of our schools, is to do things fast. You know, because when I was sitting with Yael trying to convince her to do this project, AY, who I didn't know back then, was 3 months ago, okay? He knocked on the door and he said, listen, I have to disturb you for a second. And I was telling you, we're in the middle of a meeting here. And he said, no, I have a very good news. And he said, I have someone who wants to help with these courses. And I was like, did God send you right in? He didn't know. I didn't know. No one knew. But we were able to do things fast. This course happened really, really fast. And we know that by using this pilot program as an example for the state of Israel, for the government, they will come and see how successful it is, how important it is to put it in the curriculum of the school, not to teach the normal stuff, only the normal stuff, but also teach the children coding. I believe that, you know, you said before, wolves are pack. Our council with our Mayor Israel Gantz and his team, amazing team, are pack. They know how to take this government, and they know how to take everything that is needed in order to expand this to all the 17 schools of Binyamin, and then to all the schools in Israel.
And have you thought about what budget it would take to do that expansion to the 17 locations you have in mind?
So it's $340,000 for all the schools in Binyamin.
Well, you know what? I'm sold. I am committing to $20,000 to seed this for you, and we'll bring in other partners to make it happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Edgar White.
And for the kids' graduation, I would like you to take them to the restaurant.
Okay, that'll be great. That's a great idea.
Signed.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much.
And thank you, Hanan, for coming
And feed them grasshoppers.
Wow, so that's it, huh?
Yeah, that's how it looks at 5:30 in the morning. Everything's so peaceful.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's go check out the boys.
Let's go.
Wow. Sunrise over the Jordan Mountains.
One of the main goals of the farm is protecting the lands of the state of Israel. By being here, that's actually what we're doing, giving Jewish presence to these lands that were deserted.
Hi.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Oh, and this is Elchanan. Elchanan is our manager.
Now we are in the ranch of the cows. We have another farm uphill with the goats. We have here teenagers volunteer here who didn't have good time in school. Most of them stay here for 3-4 years until they go to the army. All of the parents are happy that their children are here, that they found a place to be and to do good and big things.
הגעתי לפה בגיל 15, העיפו אותי מהישיבה והגעתי לחווה. היום אני בן 22, הספקתי להתגייס בזמן שהייתי פה ולהשתחרר, ועכשיו חזרתי ואני עובד כאן. נתן לי מלא כלים להמשיך את החיים.
They do almost all the work around here. Everything that you see here, they build it in their hands.
אז זה תורם להם המון להמשך החיים. לקחת אחריות, לדעת לנהל, לדעת לעבוד. משפחה לגמרי.
Our farm project initiative comes to unite and bring together 42 farms of Judah and Samaria. Up until now, the farms would actually sell their livestock wholesale. We want to bring our product from the farm to the table. So we actually have 3 main goals. The first one is to make a profit in order to sustain ourselves. The second one is to bring high quality meat to people in affordable prices. And the third one, the most important one of all, is to actually connect the people to the land.
Wow, unbelievable. That's a win-win-win right there.
It really is.
Doesn't get better than that.
Okay, so we have Kochi the farmer here. Welcome her.
Thank you. Thank you. Here. 60,000 acres. 60,000 acres is the amount of land that our farmers protect in Judah and Samaria. The entire Jewish community in Judah and Samaria sit on 25,000 acres of land. Our farms protect more than double. Let that sink in. More than double.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Did you know that? I didn't know that. Let's move to
The cattle and the sheep are the new soldiers in protecting the land. The farms are faced with many challenges. Infrastructure, isolation, expenses. But the mission of protecting the land is not theirs alone. It's the mission of all Israel. It should be important to all of Israel. Our meat project is here to take the farms to the next level. While farmers inside the green line, they get subsidized by the government. Our farmers, who risk their lives each day, they get nothing. They're alone. And we are here to change that.
Wolf.
Do you have any questions for me?
Yes. Out of the 3 points that you make, as a businessman, we need to understand, how do you expect to be profitable, self-sustainable?
So first of all, what we've done is cut out the middleman. We wanted to sell farm to table. Until now, we've sold whole stock. By doing this, we raised the profits by 30%, giving them an amount that they actually could work with and sustain themselves.
So you're cutting out the grocery stores, and you're going to be selling directly to the consumer?
Yes, but also what we're doing is actually, when we sell farm to table, we do it by website. We have online stores. Our clients go into the website, they purchase a subscription, a monthly subscription, and they could order their meat weekly and get it straight to their house, refrigerated.
Excellent. That's very impressive.
Thank you.
How are you building up your customer base?
So we believe that each farm should first connect to the people that are geographically close to the farm, because their mission is to be part of this. It's their lands. It's what they have to, connect to. So what we do is we have events on the farm. We bring people to the farm. We make delicious meals for them with our meat. They taste the meat, and on the spot, they subscribe for a monthly subscription.
And you're bringing your customers now locally, and your plan is to bring them from all over Israel?
So, as I said, right now, we're working locally. We're making a base for each farm, but we intend very soon to spread out to all of Israel.
How long does it typically take for a cow from the time it's born to the time you're able to sell it?
So it's about a process of 2 years, because they have to get to a certain weight.
And what is the major cost of raising that cow? Is it the feed?
So, first of all, the feeding is not very expensive. It depends in which stage of its life, because They go out every day to graze. They go out and it's very natural, the whole process, the way they live. They go out to the fields, they eat.
So they eat off the fields.
Exactly.
You're not bringing food and paying for the food. It's actually free food, pretty much.
Exactly.
It also is the most quality meat. 'Cause
Yes.
It's natural.
It's natural, high quality meat, farm to table.
And we want to invite you to go. We went grazing at 4 a.m., and that is an experience.
What you saw when we said it was 5:30 a.m., it actually was 5:30 a.m.
No, I think it was.
Excellent.
I think it was 4:30.
No, it was 4:30 when we got there, and then at 5:30 we.
But it's
Michael,
really.
are you in for 4:30 to show up?
I'm definitely
would
not in
love-
for 4:30.
I would love
I'll
to.
go for when it's time to put them to sleep.
I would love for you to come, and we'll give you a tour of the farm.
I would love to see it again.
All right.
You know, just a comment. I like the recurring revenue model. I think that's something we all look for in business.
100%.
Yeah,
It seems
so-
subscription is a great model for selling anything.
Very good, very good. And if they name a cow after you, Michael, you'll be there 4:30?
I'll eat it.
Okay.
I think you have some natural synergy with some local restaurants as well, potentially. So, another customer for you.
Of course.
Exactly.
I would like to add that Yoyada, the chef that was here before, he actually we started filming videos of him making our meat, preparing our meat, and teaching recipes, biblical recipes, biblical recipes with our meat in order to sell it.
Any idea how much money you're looking for?
Well, the amount depends on actually, we have a lot of ventures that we would like to do. There are a lot of farms that we want to add into this project. This project right now has 8 farms that have funding, and we would like to have more than that. We want all of the farms to be able to be able to participate in this project.
Definitely
Right,
have an
they're
open
just telling
ear.
me my earpiece here that we're out of time.
So
everybody,
we'd like everybody up on
Thank you.
stage. We'd like to call the governor of the Binyamin Regional Council, Israel Gantz, and we would like Yoyada, Hanan, and our wolves. Binyamin, this is Binyamin. This is our story. We wanted to bring it to you, and we want you to come to us, to come invest in our businesses, to come visit our tourist sites, to come eat our delicious meat in our restaurants.
So everyone you see here, they made money, they know how to do that, and they all start from the beginning. Am I true? 100%. Now we brought here from Israel, from Binyamin, entrepreneurs. The new entrepreneurs we all hope that together we'll build the economics in Judea and Samaria. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We will make history together. Thank you, everyone.
thank you
Thank
for
you.
the builders
Wait,
of
we're just
Binyamin.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much. We'll have a few words with the head of the Regional Council, Israel Gantz, later on today. Okay, our Kodak moment. And now, one more picture. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to invite William Daroff, CEO of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. Lisa Rosner from CBS News, New York, will speak with Mr. Daroff. Just a second, I'll put the chairs in their places. Okay, yeah, right there. Take one of the mics.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm Lisa Rosner with CBS 2 in New York. Have the pleasure of having here with me William Daroff, who, as was just said, is the CEO of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. William started getting involved in politics, believe it or not, when he was just 7 years old and has worked on more than 100 campaigns. He is an Ohio native and has held roles under Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama, and has been named by the Jerusalem Post as one of the 50 most influential Jews worldwide. He is a key player in foreign policy circles, advising elected officials on Jewish communal concerns. And William, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you. My pleasure to be here, Lisa. Thank you.
Yes, so I know that you studied Eastern European Jewry and the Holocaust in Poland after you finished your studies, and you recently had the opportunity to go back to help refugees fleeing from Ukraine. Tell me what that trip was like.
It was pretty amazing and remarkable. I was there about 2 weeks after the invasion to check out the scene, to see what Jewish organizations were doing, to see how Jewish organizations were engaging with Jewish and non-Jewish refugees, to see what was happening with the Jewish refugees coming from Ukraine. And it was really amazing. It was amazing on a number of levels. One, the Polish government and the Polish people really put out a red carpet for the Ukrainian refugees in a way that, for those of us who know a little bit about the bilateral relations for the last few centuries between the Ukrainians and the Poles, saw as being something that was different, where restaurants were offering free food to anybody who was a Ukrainian, where people were opening their homes for Ukrainian refugees. That was amazing, and the benefits that the Polish government was giving to people. Secondly, the Jewish organizations that were engaged there were really very much punching above their weight class. The Jewish Agency, the Joint, Hadassah, NCSEJ, HIAS, I should probably stop listing organizations because there were many, many that were engaged, really helping Jews and non-Jews alike. The JCC in Krakow every night would go to the Krakow train station and find people sleeping on the floor, Jews and non-Jews, and would put them up in apartments. It was just really amazing to see. And the scene there in the train stations in Krakow and Warsaw and along the border very much harken back to the scenes of the 1930s, of refugee crises, of people, mostly women and children, with all of their belongings on their backs, with a backpack or a suitcase. Really, and the men not being there because the men aren't allowed to leave. And so these women with their young children and older folks, really amazing to see, and something that one would have hoped in the 21st century was left in the dustbin of history.
Right, and we know Israel has been very involved in helping the refugees as well. So switching gears, what do you think are the greatest challenges facing Israel today?
On that note, I did have the great honor of taking an Aliyah flight with refugees from Ukraine to Israel. And having spent all this time with these Jewish Ukrainian refugees, I saw not one smile until we got to Ben Gurion. And then when we were on the tarmac, you could just see the release of the tension and people letting down their guard and realizing that they were home, and then coming and being processed by the Jewish Agency, by the various ministries, by the amazing work that Nefesh B'Nefesh did to expedite these folks becoming citizens right there on the spot, was remarkable to see. As far as the challenges facing Israel, I think that there are many, and there always are. My predecessor and mentor, Malcolm Hoenlein, likes to say that you can be certain of one thing. Israel is either about to be in a crisis, or coming out of a crisis, or all three at the same time. And so that is certainly something that's there. I think the political instability in Israel is concerning, but far and above that, the security concerns continue to be front and center, both the threat from Iran as well as the instability within Israel with Hamas, the Fatah, and other terrorist entities that are out there creating terror.
What would you say is the state right now of the BDS movement in the United States, and how is the country doing in terms of combating it?
You know, I think that the BDS movement is really, first off, it is the founders of the BDS movement, the Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions movement, make very clear what their goal is, and that is to erase Israel from the maps. And that is definitively an anti-Semitic act to to not allow for Jews to have the right of self-determination. And a key indicator of the fact that BDS is no longer as much a flavor of the day as it had been in the past has been the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, which among its examples shows that clearly pushing for double standards and treating Israel like no other country is an indicator of anti-Semitism, of looking at Jews and saying, you of all people do not have the right to determine yourselves, to govern yourself, to have self-government. With 26 states, a majority of the states have adopted the IHRA definition. Over 30 countries have adopted the definition. The Biden administration has embraced the definition. I think this is a real sea change where folks are seeing that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Are you concerned about what you see happening on some college campuses where they are supporting the movement?
Yeah, I think that colleges have always been sort of the last bastion of these failed causes, and it is concerning. However, if you look at all of the student government motions that have passed, and a few have passed, many, many have failed, there's not one university administration that has actually adopted a BDS platform that's been passed by their student government. So once the grown-ups get involved, once people actually look at these issues and not just the sound bites on social media, we end up being in a good place. So I think we need to keep our eyes open. We need to stay focused on it. But it's not the story. It's the counter story.
Right. I wanted to get your perspective. We know that bilateral relations were strained at times between President Obama and Netanyahu. How are Biden and Bennett getting on?
They seem to be getting along very well. The Bennett-Lapid administration has focused on the idea of not having disagreements in public and taking these disagreements behind the scenes. And there are certainly some, particularly around settlements, particularly around other issues in that neighborhood, the Iran deal among them. But I think it's much better for the bilateral relationship when those differences are whispered behind the scenes rather than broadcast on CNN and Fox News. And so there's a real working relationship between the Biden administration and the Israeli government that I think is positive. And I think that our government in the United States is very much focused on the idea of trying to allow for the Israeli government and this particular coalition to be able to survive without having undue pressure from America.
The Biden administration is now pursuing some sort of new deal with Iran, apparently in the course of talks occurring in Vienna. What is the stance of the conference and the American Jewish community on this development?
So I think we're deeply concerned. I'm not certain that an Iran deal will actually happen. The impediment of the Iranians insisting that the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, be removed from the foreign terrorist list is something that was a bridge too far for the Biden administration. It's actually a bridge too far for a vast majority of the United States Senate, where well over 70 members of the Senate, including over a dozen Democrats, wrote the president saying that they thought that that was not a good policy. We are concerned. We're concerned that the deal that President Biden promised, which was one that was stronger and longer and broader, does not appear, based on the leaks that we've seen from Vienna, to be the case. Not a stronger deal, not a broader deal, and it is one that is of great concern. But I think that at the moment we need to stay vigilant, we need to stay focused on it, but it seems to me that obviously there could be white smoke at any moment, but it seems to me, as sitting here now, that a deal is not going to be forthcoming in the immediate future. Thank goodness.
Thank you. So last question. Your organization is connected to more than 50 Jewish organizations across the country. What do you see these organizations doing to strengthen their ties to Israel right now?
Well, the connection between American Jewry and Israel is strong. And it is really, I believe, in 21st century Judaism, it is a key foundation of who we are as Jews, that we are Zionists, that we are supporters of Israel. Our Conference of Presidents has the three religious streams, the Reform, the Conservative, the Orthodox. It has organizations on the left, organizations on the right, north, south, east, and west. And we come together to bring consensus, much like the Celebrate Israel Parade that many of us were in today, which was a broad collection of the community focused on supporting Israel. I believe that at the end of the day, we as Jews agree on far more than we disagree on, that we agree on 85% of the issues, and that's where our focus should be, building that consensus, because a stronger, unified Jewish community means a stronger, unified, and safer Israel.
All right, William Daroff, thank you so much for being here with us
Thank
today.
you so much, Lisa. Wonderful to be here. Thank you all.
Our next interview is going to be with someone who is no stranger to politics. His father served as the first Jewish cabinet minister in Ireland, and Gideon Taylor moved to New York in the 80s after studying law in Dublin and at Oxford University. He participated in missions to rescue Jews in Syria, Yemen, and Ethiopia before leading the Claims Conference. Today, Gideon Taylor is the Executive Vice President and CEO of the Jewish Community Relations Council, a role he took on last year. Gideon, thanks for being here with us today. Take the mic. So you are fresh off marching in the Celebrate Israel parade. I saw you on Twitter alongside the governor, the mayor, multiple UN ambassadors, congresspeople. What was the highlight for you, and how do you think it went?
Look, the parade is something incredibly unique. This is the first time that I've been in charge of the parade, and I've marched in the parade as a parent with kids. And what the parade does, and this year in particular, is to bring together the entire spectrum of Jewish life to be in one place at one time on one day on the most iconic street that there is in the world, Fifth Avenue. And that is not something we should take for granted. And we are a very fractured Jewish community. We have a lot of different opinions. And it's hard. When it comes to Israel, particularly, this is a community, as we have an Israeli society, that's very divided and fractured. What the parade says is that sometimes you have to put that aside and come together. And I don't know if you saw, there were op-eds in the lead up to the parade, incredibly important, from one Republican council member, one Democrat, from rabbis, 2 Orthodox rabbis, 2 conservative rabbis, and a leading Reform rabbi, saying, this is a space, the parade is a space where we can come together as a community and say, we'll celebrate Israel. We may disagree the rest of the year, but this is a time. And also we had members of the Knesset, one from Likud, one from Labour, also wrote a joint op-ed saying exactly the same thing. That's why the parade is important. And it's part of community relations, it's part of unifying the Jewish people and having a common place. That's what JCRC is about, that's what the parade today was about, and I am just so pleased to be here with so many people who I know were engaged in the parade and engaged in that work of bringing the community together.
Yeah, certainly an amazing show of unity, so thank you for sharing that. Now, it also comes at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise, especially here in New York City. The NYPD saying they saw a 93% increase in anti-Semitic incidents between May and January of this year compared to last year. What is the JCRC doing to address the spike?
So JCRC, we look at this from 2 different angles, 2 different approaches. On the one side, we believe in security and law enforcement. We have a team called the Community Security Initiative that we founded together with New York UJA Federation. 10 people. Now, a few years ago, guys, folks, everyone should understand, a few years ago in the New York Jewish community, JCRC did not have a security, there has 1 person who dealt with security. We live in a different world now. When I first came to New York, what I loved was you could just walk into any shul you wanted and just go, the doors were open and you just walked right in. And I came from Europe and I said, wow, I can just go to any shul, this is awesome. Now, fast forward 30 years later, you can't do that anymore. So one part of what we do is security and working with NYPD to deal with hate crime. The other side of that is community building. And we have a whole program of working with communities, ethnic communities, communities of faith, communities of color, part of New York, to address issues together about hate crime. Because at the end of the day, hate crime's not just law enforcement, it's also education. And again, just not to come back to the parade, but for those of you who are at the parade today, guys, everyone there? For those of you who are at the parade today, if you were there at the end of the parade, there was a big, huge float with a big sign that said, Brooklyn Churches United for Israel. A group of churches, people of color, who came to the parade directly from services. On Sunday, we didn't know if they would come the first time. They're people that we work with about combating hate. So we said to them, we would invite you to come to the Celebrate Israel Parade. Be part of the dialogue. They said yes. I rode on the float up Fifth Avenue with music playing, parishioners walking behind. That comes from dialogue, and that's one of the ways that we deal with hate through dialogue with communities in New York.
And something to be proud of, for sure. And that touches on my next question, which is your organization is also about outreach to people who are not Jewish. And you are starting trips again to Israel to bring leaders outside of the community. Tell me about who you're looking to bring. We know Mayor Adams went on one of these trips many years ago. And what is the purpose of that? So for the trips, the study tours to Israel, we make very clear to the people that we bring, these are not propaganda trips. We're not trying to get people to go to Israel and come back and wave a flag and say, it's all easy, there's only one side, because that doesn't work in today's world. I don't know if it worked 20 years ago, but it certainly doesn't work today. The world's a lot more complicated and people understand. What we want is people to go and understand the complexity of the Middle East, so that when they hear about BDS and what BDS and the case for BDS, they've already seen what Israel looks like and what the Palestinian Authority looks like, and they see the complexity. And that's what we want people to do, is to embrace the complexity. And we take people who are elected officials, council members, officials, many officials who are today are committed on issues like Mayor Adams or Representative Richie Torres. Richie Torres made his first visit to Israel with JCRC when he was 26, 27 years old as a council member. Before Richie Torres was known as the incredible leader that he is today, he was a young council member. He went on one mission and then he went on a second mission. He learned the complexity of the Middle East. That's what educating people by bringing those people to Israel, and it's a gateway. So they see what happens, and it's a gateway to our connection. And it's not only about Israel. They learn about Jewish history. They go to Yad Vashem. They understand what Jewish history is. So those visits are about building a connection, a relationship, and for so many officials have been on those trips. Do you know if the governor will go? Kathy Hochul. We believe she will at some point. She's obviously a little busy at the moment, but she's certainly very committed. She had a trip planned to Israel that didn't work out because of COVID. So she certainly knows Israel well. She's a committed supporter. We saw her today, and she is so engaged on Israel. And whenever I call her on any issue relating to Israel or relating to hate crime, she is right there. And we are so fortunate to have such leaders in New York who are so committed on these issues. And we work closely to be in contact with them. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much, Gideon, and congratulations on a successful parade. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, interviewee rather, is Asaf Zamir. He was the youngest person ever to serve as deputy mayor of Tel Aviv from 2008 to 2013. He was elected to the Knesset in 2019 and 2020. He served as the Minister of Tourism in Israel in 2020, and in October 2021 was named the Consul General for Israel to New York. He was born in Israel, but spent part of his childhood in Florida. He graduated from Tel Aviv University with a law degree, but today, one of his most challenging tasks is to connect with American Jews who feel their voice is not welcome in Israel. I want to welcome to the stage Consul General Asaf Zamir. Hi. Just sit here. Thanks for being here.
It's my pleasure. Hi, everyone.
So first off, congratulations on the Celebrate Israel parade to you as well. How do you think it went today?
It was my first. I think it was amazing. It's an opportunity to say kol hakavod and yishar koach to Gideon that sat here before me and headed the organization that went beautifully. It was very energizing, and I was just at another event where I said that COVID wasn't good for the Jewish-Israeli relationship, and it wasn't good for the American-Israeli relationship. And it was a long 2 years, and parade-wise, it was 3. And seeing all those people outside was very energizing.
Excellent, thank you. So the next thing I wanted to address was the death of longtime Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, which continues to make waves because there is just so much pain on all sides of this. As of Friday, a group of House Democrats are asking the FBI to investigate. We have New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez Thursday speaking out about this on Instagram, blaming Israel and blaming the healthcare system in the United States for money going to Israel. What is your reaction to this? Have you had a chance to speak with her?
No.
Okay. Checking on that, because I know you said you wanted to meet with her.
Look, I usually don't dip into names and don't interfere to that extent. I did it anyhow this time, and I tweeted about it because I thought that there's a certain level of accountability needed by elected officials. And okay, the first day when everyone jumped to conclusions, that's a day when people jump to conclusions, and that's when they're in the legitimate area of using their agendas and policies. But now we're a few weeks into it. It's clear that no one knows where it came from, and still blaming Israel is extremely responsible on her side. And also the House decision to investigate is something that theoretically, we have no problem with. We want to conduct an investigation from day one. We want to do it with the Palestinian side and with the third side to get to the bottom of the truth. We've said that from the get-go. We're just not getting any cooperation. So in light of not getting any cooperation and the fact that everyone knows that that's the situation, I would expect these elected officials to point their request to the Palestinians.
What's your message? What do you want people to know who continue to be upset about this and blame Israel? What is your message to them?
Being upset about the death of anyone is legitimate. Journalists shouldn't lose their lives covering conflict zones. It is a conflict zone, though, and it is okay and legitimate and acceptable or expectable to be very shaken up about it, but look at the facts before you determine who you think did it. And if you think you know better than the Palestinian forensic experts, then that comes from other motivations and agendas.
Is there any update from Israel's side of things on the investigation right now?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And I know when you tweeted about this, just in general, you said this comes at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise. What do you, as Consul General, what is part of your work here to combat that anti-Semitism being on the rise in New York and New Jersey?
First of all, I think the most important thing, looking at that, which we try to do, is the connection between the anti-Zionist, anti-Israel rhetoric, between that and anti-Semitic incidents in the United States, because people have very smartly separated between them, although they result in the same thing, and many times they derive from the same place. And we try, as much as we can, to explain that on campuses, to managements of universities, on social media, and with elected officials, to a certain extent of success. It's not very high yet, and I hope it becomes higher in the near future.
Right. You've been doing a lot of visits to universities, right? Tell me about that. Why do you want to connect with college students?
Because I think that that's where we're, honestly, I think that when you look at anti-Semitism in the United States, you look at where it starts, and when you look at our biggest problems as Israel, that, even before that, but college is the #1 breeding ground for this new kind of anti-Semitism. And it is the one place where young people, Jews, that reach it, have to suddenly, for the first time, choose between their Jewish identity and Israeli identity, and between other things they believe in. And if they reach there without a strong enough backbone and strong enough understanding of the identity and of history, then they lack certain tools that allow them to say I can be both. And then the outcome of that is either frightened Jewish kids running around the campus, not saying the things they want, or worse than that, they start seeing Israel as a burden, socially, politically, and I don't think we can allow that because it doesn't come from an ideological place, but from another place.
You came to New York in October. What's been your favorite thing so far?
The end of the winter. The fact that it's not cold anymore. Well, today was bananas, but generally, if it's not as hot as it was today, then coming from Tel Aviv, the climate in the city very much affects my matzav ruach. So now it has become much better. I love the park.
You love the park.
It's my favorite part.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. The sun came out for us today, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
you.
Thank you for all the organizers. Good luck.
We're good.
Okay, thank you very much, Asaf. Thank you very much, Lisa. And now we're going to go out for a dinner break. Everyone is invited to return here right after dinner. We will continue with words from the mayor of Jerusalem, the regional head of the council of Shomron, and much more. Dinner break, enjoy, and be back. let's hear a round of applause to our sponsors, El Al. Everyone, please be seated. רגע.
To our friends in Manhattan, in New York, in all the states, Arutz Sheva, Besheva, friends with the Jewish people in Judea and Samaria, we are standing together here in Shomron, in Chomesh, and in Manhattan. We are together, we are standing against the same enemies and fight for the same values. And Be'ezrat Hashem, we will win and build all Eretz Israel, all Judea and Samaria. Thank you very much, and we love you. Drishat Shalom from here, from Chomesh, from the heartland of Israel. אנחנו הגענו לכאן בזעזוע גדול על הרדיפה כנגד חלוצי ישיבת חומש. פעם ראשונה מאז שהוקמה המדינה הזו, שהממשלה, במקום לרדוף את אלה ששלחו את המחבלים, רודפת את החברים של הקורבנות. הגענו לכאן כדי לגבות ולחזק את חלוצי ישיבת חומש ולומר להם, אתם לא לבד. חברי השדולה מייצגים את הרוב הגדול של חברי הכנסת, שמייצגים את הרוב הגדול של העם הזה. לממשלה הזו אין מנדט לפנות את חומש. והדרישה הברורה של רוב העם, שמיוצג על ידי רוב חברי הכנסת שמיוצגים כאן, היא להקים את חומש מחדש.
20 שנים בהם קבוצת בשבע מקיימת את כנס ירושלים בישראל. 20 שנים של העלאת נושאים חשובים לקדמת הבמה הציבורית והעצמתם בתקשורת הישראלית בנושאי יהדות, מדינה ומודרנה. אני מבקש לברך את קבוצת בשבע יחד עם אתר האינטרנט ערוץ שבע על היוזמה של קיומו של כנס ירושלים היום בניו יורק במטרה לקרב את הקהילה היהודית ותומכי ישראל ולחזק את מערכת היחסים בין ישראל לתפוצות. זהו כנס חשוב מסוגו ואני מזמין את כולם ליהנות ולהשתתף בו.
Okay, so first of all, let's thank Mayor of Jerusalem, Moshe Leon, for his words, and also, of course, the head of the Shomron Regional Council, Yossi Dagan. It's very important also to note that now watching us online, we counted almost 40,000 people online on the English site, and people are coming home now from the parade, so they'll be joining us as well, of course. So from here, we are speaking also to the many that are watching us online. And now, let's go back to the interviews and panels. Lisa Rosner from CBS News, New York, will now speak with Rabbi Doron Peretz, Chief Executive of Mizrahi World Movement.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Rabbi. So, just to give you some background, Rabbi Doron Perez is the executive chairman of the Mizrahi World Movement, a position he has held since he returned to Israel in 2014 from Johannesburg, South Africa. He made Aliyah at the age of 18 and studied for a decade in some of Israel's leading yeshivot. He is a sought-after speaker and scholar in residence. Rabbi, again, thanks for being here with us.
Absolute pleasure. I actually studied in Yeshivat Beit El, which is the home, of course, of Arutz Sheva and Basheva, so it's an honor to be at this conference.
Yes.
Dudi,
got a fan club. That's great. So tell us, as the chairman of the Mizrahi World Movement, what is your mission? This is the 120th year.
So I think it's an excellent question. Thank you for that. It is indeed the 120th year since the founding of Mizrahi. And I think the founding of Mizrahi explains exactly what the mission is today. You see, when Herzl founded the World Zionist Movement, many religious Jews could not reconcile a national, secular, political movement with religious, traditional ideology. And the founders of Mizrahi were Eastern European rabbis and religious Jews who felt that the national and religious side of Judaism, of Jewish identity, could be reconciled. There need not be a contradiction between the two. Judaism and Zionism can and should be connected. One need not be secular nationalism and religion, which is individual. The two can be connected. And for the last 120 years, the religious Zionist revolution has been exactly that, to bring Jewish values, religious values, spiritual values to the Zionist movement. L'chaber chiburim, to join together, that things should not be disjointed. And I just want to share a story. What I'm going to share with you now, Lisa, is so well known in Israel. It's almost an iconic story, but not as well known to English speakers. There was a very well-known leader of the Mizrahi movement, the head of the National Religious Party many decades ago, Dr. Yosef Burg. And he was asked by a journalist the following question. He said, in the equation religious Zionist, dati leumi in Hebrew, which is more important, the religious, the Jewish, or the Zionist, the national? And of course, whenever journalists ask a question, there's a headline there. Someone was trying to catch him out. If he would have said the most important thing is dati, religious, then they would say, you see, these Mizrahi people, they're religious, but they're second-class Zionists. They're not real Zionists. Only if Zionism fits into religion, but they're really firstly religious. If you would say that Zionism is first, then the religious Jews would say, well, they're second-class religious Jews because they're really Zionists and religion fits in. So he thought to himself, and he said as follows, in the equation of religious Zionist, what is the most important? And he answered, I think, brilliantly. He said, the dash which joins them, the hyphen which joins them. There is no contradiction between the two. Judaism and religion, the national religious, can be worked together, and that is the mission of Mizrahi, which actually stands for Merkaz Ruchani, a spiritual center. It's an acronym for a spiritual center, and to be a center which brings Jews in Israel and around the world to its deep roots of Jewish and Zionist identity.
Thank you. So in a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise, how do you stay connected to the Zionist movement and to Jews worldwide?
I think one of the most profound things we're seeing, and it was touched on earlier in the last decades, is how the virus of anti-Semitism is now taking on a new type of form, just like we've had the plague of corona going from alpha to beta to delta to Omicron, so too anti-Semitism, a virus, seems to take on different forms and in different situations. And in the last number of decades, we know that traditional anti-Semitism is now in the form of opposing Israel's sovereign rights, the Jewish people's sovereign rights to Israel. And I just want to share with you, I don't know if people here are aware, I came across a quote of the Vilna Gaon, the great Gaon of Vilna and the great rabbis of the last few hundred years. He said the most brilliant thing, which was said 200 years ago, more than 100 years before the Zionist movement. He said the following thing. He said traditional anti-Semitism is always divided into two categories. Those who wish to destroy the Jewish people physically, Am Yisrael. God forbid, the only good Jew is a dead Jew, God forbid, from Haman all the way through to Hitler. It doesn't matter what the Jews believe. If there's Jewish blood, God forbid, they should be destroyed. And the second type, of course, was, let's call it spiritual anti-Semitism, religious anti-Semitism. Jews are not allowed to keep their religion. If they want to live as Jews, they have to convert. They have to relinquish their religion. They're okay as a people, but not as a religious group. If they want to exist as Jews, they have to relinquish their belief in their God and in their value system. Those two we knew. But amazingly, the Vilna Gaon says, he said there's a third category, and that's he calls it the Philistine anti-Semitism. Those are his words. It's opposition to the Jewish people's sovereign rights to any part of the land of Israel. This was said 200 years ago. It's not only opposing the Jewish people, it's not only their existence, not only opposing their values, it's opposing Eretz Israel, their very desire to have sovereign control. I think that is our great challenge today. You cannot stand up in any campus anywhere. It was spoken earlier from people talking about anti-Semitism, traditional anti-Semitism. You cannot stand up today in any campus in the United States and say, Jews are bad, the Jewish people are terrible. But you can stand up almost anywhere and say, as it just happened, a friend of mine, Ed was just telling me it happened in the law school of the New York University very recently, which was a student leader can stand up and say, Zionists are bad. You just take the word Jewish out and you make it a Zionist, and you can almost get away in any Western, even in the United Nations, in a campus in the United States. If you say Zionists are bad, Jewish sovereign control of the land of Israel is terrible, baby killers, land grabbers, that's fine. So the challenge we have today is showing that the legitimate rights of the Jewish people to have sovereignty in their own land is 100% legitimate. It's part of Jewish identity, and it dare not be discriminated against.
So the next question, and we only have 30 seconds, so let's see how you can summarize this one. Where do you see Israel in the next 70 years?
I believe in the next 70 years, we have already 7 million Jews living in Israel. It's the highest, demographers say, in the history of the world. There have never been more than 7 million Jews living in Israel as there are today. Every Yom HaAtzmaut, the day of census, more than 7 million. I believe that those numbers are going to grow, and I believe the Jewish and Zionist identity of the state of Israel, meaning the roots of the state of Israel, will be deeper connected to its Jewish roots, and I think it'll be a center for Jewish life and inspiration to all Jewish communities around the world.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thanks for being here with us. Oh, we have 9 seconds. Anything else you want to say?
It's an honor and a privilege, and again to Dudu and to Dudi for your vision. Yishar koach to you, and please God, every single year, not only in Yerushalayim but in New York, to constantly bring the feeling of Torah to Eretz Yisrael to communities around the world. Well done to you, Dudu. Thank you.
Thank you. You can just put it, yeah.
Okay. Dani Danon is Israel's former ambassador to the United Nations, chairman of World Likud, and author of In the Lion's Den. Lisa Rosner will now speak with Ambassador Danon about the challenges of our days. And his book, by the way, you can find here. I saw at the entrance. You'll be able to find his book if you want. Dani.
Hi, nice to meet you. All right, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for having us. Beautiful day, parade in New York. Yishar koach for Arutz Sheva, Dudu, Uzi, the great team. Thank you for having me. I feel at home.
Excellent. That's what you should feel, at home. So congratulations on your book. I wanted to know, since it's been released, what is the question that you keep getting? What are people paying the most attention to that you wrote about?
So first, I'm happy to let you know that the book is sold out.
Wow.
Baruch Hashem, you know, only next month, if you order it on Amazon today, you will get it. It's my second book, and I wasn't sure I will write my second book. But after finishing 5 long years at the UN, I decided that I want to share the stories behind the scenes with as many people as I can. And I'm optimistic. Israel today is in a great shape. We have strong bonds. We have new friends today in the Gulf. And when you read the book, you actually learn what's happening behind the scene at the UN in the world stage of diplomacy. And for me, it is a great experience. I don't want to tell you everything in the book, but there are some very good reporters in the crowd. There is some interesting stories that haven't been picked up yet by the media.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the biggest lessons you learned during your time as ambassador?
So first, I learned, and Rav Peretz spoke before me, he's a good friend of mine, to be a proud Jew, not to hide our Judaism. So when I spoke in the Security Council, I put my kippah on my head, and I read from the Bible. And my colleagues in Jerusalem, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, told me, Dani, what are you doing? You know, it's a Security Council. And I told them exactly. First, we speak about our biblical rights to the land. Then we can speak about international law and other issues. When you respect the tradition and the Jewish religion, you get respected. So we entered into the UN. We brought Israeli holidays. You know, we did Tashlich service, Passover, Hanukkah, you name it. And for me, it gave me a lot of strength and also a lot of respect at the UN.
The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has criticized Israel for police attacking mourners during a funeral of slain Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. What are your thoughts on the UN taking such a strong stance like this?
First, we regret the tragedy. Every loss of life of innocent civilian and reporter, we regret it. But let me ask them, where have you been when 19 Jews were massacred on the streets of Israel? Why we haven't heard the UN? Why we haven't heard Secretary Blinken? Why we haven't heard anyone from the EU condemning the attacks against us? So that's hypocrisy in action. We are willing to investigate this incident, but unfortunately the Palestinians, they care more about blaming Israel rather than looking into the truth.
Were you surprised to see the UN Security Council also issuing a statement reiterating that journalists should be protected as civilians and also call for the UN to investigate that? What did you think about that?
I wasn't surprised, but I want to share with you that at the UN, you have public UN and private UN. Publicly, they put those ridiculous statements and allegations. But privately, they admire Israel. You know, they want to get closer to us. And I think our main challenge is to close that gap between the public UN and the private UN.
What can we do about rising anti-Semitism? What do you think are some steps that we can take?
First, we should not be afraid from those anti-Semites. We are the eternal people. We will prevail. You know, when you look at the history of the Jewish people, you always had someone there against us. Whether it was Aman, the Amalek. So today it's different names. But when we have the inner strength, we can move forward. And that's what I did at the UN. I brought to the UN thousands of Jewish students to fight anti-Semitism and BDS. And inside the General Assembly, we had a beautiful event. And I think for that matter, we should demand more. Sometimes we are afraid to ask our colleagues for answers. And I will give you an example. When Secretary Blinken came to Israel before the month of Ramadan, he spoke next to our Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett. And Secretary Blinken, what he said, I hope that you will control settler violence. Right before Ramadan. I expected our Prime Minister to stop and tell him, Mr. Secretary, that's what I did at the UN. Mr. Secretary, with all due respect, the problem ahead of us is not settler violence. The problem ahead of us is the incitement about Temple Mount, the incitement that we hear from the Palestinian Authority, from Hamas. He didn't do it, and look what happened afterward. We saw a wave of terrorism. We saw that the Temple Mount for a month became a playground for radicals. We should be stronger, and we can be stronger even with our allies at the UN.
Since your tenure, how has the BDS movement evolved? Do you think it's gotten stronger? It's weaker? What are you noticing?
I'm optimistic. When I started to fight against BDS, and I tell a beautiful story in my book about an event we initiated in the Queen's Museum, the reenactment of the vote that took place for the establishment of the State of Israel. There was a pushback that told us we cannot do the event at the museum. And we pushed back, and we won that case. But look where we are today. Today, all major Jewish organizations fight BDS. Students have tools to fight BDS. And one of the things I want to share with the young generation here today, it's never going to end. We are not going to wake one morning and say, that's it, we won. We defeated BDS, anti-Semitism. It will be there. It's about us being strong enough to continue to fight against that.
All right, Danny Danon, former ambassador to the UN for Israel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lisa. We'll be back with you
soon. Excellent.
Our fourth panel will deal with the challenges facing the state of Israel's periphery, legal, archaeological, economic challenges, which are essential to our nation, essential, continuing to thrive and exist in the land of Israel. I'd like to invite to the stage Israel Gantz, governor of the Binyamin Regional Council, and Aharoni Neuber, CEO of Gush Etzion Development Company. Shalom. Shalom. Hear us?
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. So first of all, I wanted to ask you, Israel Gantz, governor of Binyamin Regional Council, the significance and the idea behind what we had here today. It was a nice game of investors. Some would say it reminds of a TV show, but it's much more than that. What is the idea behind what we saw here today?
So, very good question. I felt that when people hear about Judea and Samaria, first of all, they think about terror, about security issues like that. And we have a lot more of that. And we want to show the economic system in Binyamin. I believe that Binyamin is the future of Israel. By building housing, all the housing problem will be solved in Judea and Samaria. And even economic issues will growing up very fast in Judea and Samaria. And as we saw, we brought here 3 very young entrepreneurs, and I can promise you they have a big future. We have a big future. And we wanted to bring the good face of Judea and Samaria here to Manhattan.
Aroni Noye Boer, CEO of Gush Etzion Development Company. Basically, your company is all about focusing on economic issues, financial issues. You also see that through businesses and cooperations and connections, we can bring a new future to Judea and Samaria, and in your case, Gush Etzion?
Yeah, already 4 years we're doing it. We're doing the quiet economic revolution. Why are we doing it quietly? Because we have a lot of enemies, like the BDS, like the government, Israeli government now, the American government now.
So when you say a silent revolution, what are you talking about? What's happening?
We bring a lot of people who look, like Mr. Gantz said, like opportunity. And we show them how to make business, and a good business in our area. And we discussed only about how to create more places to work. I want to explain that Yehuda v'Shomron, it's the solution for everything. Even to the Palestinian. The Palestinian who work with our company earn times 3, I think, if you work in the Palestinian Authority, and you have a circle of people who are working for him to bring him to work, and another maybe 10,000 people earning from this event. So this, what we're doing in Gush Etzion, it's Yehuda v'Shomron is the solution for all the
Okay, we'll get back to that. Israel Gantz, what are you seeing on the field in terms of suddenly, as Aroni said, other people that maybe are surprising that they're doing cooperations, people from Tel Aviv, which is considered the capital of the left. Are you seeing also that people are more open when it comes to business? They put ideology maybe aside?
Yeah, I see it's a process. It's not become changing in one day. But I see when people come to taste the wine, to feel the opportunity, when they come to visit, they come to take vacation. And more people, you can come to the wineries in Binyamin or in all Judea and Samaria. And on Friday, you can see couples sitting, drinking. And when people come and see, they change their mind and they want to invest. And when they see good invest, they will call their friends. So it's a process. And of course, we can see it.
One thing that we noticed very much throughout the years we come in Arutz Sheva, we cover the tourism summits and the conferences, and you're always there. Also you, first of all, Binyamin, tourism is a tool to connect. First of all, it's great areas to visit.
So we had a problem with COVID. The sky was closing, but now people coming again. As you said, tourism for us, it's a way to bring people, to show them the beautiful face of the Holy Land and the opportunity of this generation and this time, and I think it's work.
Aroni, you mentioned that Judea and Samaria is the solution and not the problem, and it's also true in the field of real estate, of the prices in Israel that are going up. You're also seeing that in the field of real estate?
Yeah, the real estate price is going up every hour.
Also in Gush
Israel
Etzion.
and Gush Etzion, and also in Yehuda v'Shomron. It's crazy.
But on the big picture, if you build more?
If we build more, you know, they reduce the prices. But I want to say thank you for Dudu Saada to make this event, because we want to say to the people here in the States that come to make business in Yehuda v'Shomron. We don't need charity. We want you to come to make business. We have a very good things to give you, and we're waiting for you.
Yeah, you told me once that you had a donor or someone you talked to, and he wanted to give charity, and you said no?
Yeah, I told you that some guy sit with me about what we have in Gush
Let me
Etzion.
know, stand in for me.
Yeah, he say where to write to the charity check. I don't
So he
need
said,
your.
Don't give charity, but invest.
I don't. Yeah, and he invest and he bring his friends, and we're making a lot of big issues in our area.
Okay, but when we talk about the real estate solution, we need the country to allow you to build, and that's not happening exactly.
So we have to put our cards on the table. The Israeli government doesn't plan in Judea and Samaria, even though that all know that the solution, as Aroni said, is in Judea and Samaria, because we have and we can a lot to build. The housing prices are raising up, and the government they don't succeed to build enough. We can do that. It's only they have to approve and let us build, and we can do it. And the same in industrial area, we can build a lot in industrial area in Judea and Samaria. So exactly as Aroni mentioned, we can do the solution. We have the solution under our hand. We have to do that, and it's under the government responsibility. And we, all the governor of Judea and Samaria, are pushing very hard the government and trying to do the change, and we will do that.
A few words about Gush Etzion. Very unique, very special.
יהודה ושומרון, גוש עציון, we already 4 years breaking the glass ceiling. That's the reason why people coming to our area. It's not only tzionut or idealism. They're finding opportunity to come and even invest in our area. And I think that's the way we can win the Arabs. And we need more and more people to come to invest in Gush Etzion and in Yehuda v'Shomron.
Israel Gantz, you're here as part of the Jerusalem conference, but it's not your first time here in America, and you're in contact with many congressmen and senators, and you're seeing and you're hearing, you're also telling this story. Tell us a bit about what you've learned throughout the past few visits here.
I will, but if I can, to add something about what Aroni mentioned. Look, today we have a battle about the ground in Judea and Samaria. The Palestinian Authority, they are building by a program. Every dunam, they are starting to occupy the area. And we're trying to build. But it's exactly as he said, it's a battle. And we have to build, and we have to take control about the area, because we are not want, and we're not going to lose the whole land again. About Congress and Senate, we invest a lot with meeting with Congress and Senate, and we figure out that even with Democrats, we have a lot to do. We have a lot in common. We have a lot of issues that we can agree about. Of course, we will not agree about everything, but when they come and they see, for example, environment issues, when they see when Arab they burn all the garbage, and of course it's very bad for everyone. We can agree. We ask them to take control about the money that the United States government pays the Palestinian Authority. No one take care about what do they do with the money. So we ask them, even Democrats, look, you have a responsibility about your money. It's not, you have to stop it from arriving to terror, for bad education, for salary for terrorists. And I feel that, of course, we have a lot to do, but we're starting, and it's a good starter.
Now, really, when we talk about terrorism and when we talk about peace with the Arabs, as you mentioned before, but I'd just like to focus on that, peace comes through the people. When you give them jobs, when your neighbors, you can cooperate, and sometimes not with the Palestinian Authority in this case, of course, other organizations. You feel that very strongly in Gush Etzion.
We feel it very strongly, but I want to go back a little bit about we planning in our company 20,000 units in Gush Etzion. With the government. The government give us money to plan that apartment, but I don't think they will give us to build it. And if we will build that, that they reduce the price and all over Israel because a lot of people will come. And it's, we need to push our government and the American government,
Administration.
Biden to let us build.
And
This
about
is the solution, what I'm talking about.
And about the connection with the Arabs, the local Arabs.
The local Arabs understand that it's. I tell you the story about one Sukkot. We sit together with local Arabs and with the head of the army and the head of the police, and we sit and we didn't talk anything about politics, only about the car accidents and stuff like this. And it was very warm, everybody sitting eating breakfast. And when they moved from the sukkah, the Palestinian Authority arrested everybody who sit with us.
Wow.
And it took us 2 weeks to let them free. So now they're afraid to come to speak with us, even not politics. And
But that's where the change needs to happen.
They're doing it privately because we show them business.
How do you see the next stage?
It's the same. I can tell my story. When I met some of the mayors of the Binyamin region, I can say what mayor of what city, because I met him. He didn't go out. He didn't went out from his car. He told me, if someone will see us together, I will not wake up to tomorrow morning.
Wow.
I will be murdered. So you can deal with the authorities, but with the people, they need it much more than us.
Okay, Israel Gantz, governor of the Binyamin Regional Council, Roni Neuber, CEO of Gush Etzion Development Company. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
And now we will continue with the Jerusalem Awards. I'd like to invite to the stage Chana Swieka, daughter of Esther and Henry Swieka. And I'd like to invite the dignitaries of Arutz Sheva and Besheva and Beit El to come and present the award. The Jerusalem Award for Building the Land of Israel is hereby conferred upon Esther and Henry Swieka for being a significant driving force and active partners in strengthening the world of Torah study and observance in communities throughout Israel, for your unceasing care of kindness in contribution to the strengthening of the Jewish home, for your efforts in bringing God closer to his children and the Jewish people closer to the Torah and Jewish values. Welcome to the stage. It's now or never. Come on.
So,
Thank you very much. And now, a few words from the governor of Binyamin.
yeah. So, Hannah, on behalf of, I don't know how many hundred thousands of people in Israel, we want to thank your family about all what you do for Israel by silence, step by step, every year, year after year, you are coming, your parents coming, and thank you very much for all that you did for shuls, synagogues, mikvaot, playgardens, and whatever, many, many things that I will not say. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much. And I'm honored to receive this award on behalf of my parents. But I actually think it's more fitting because I'm the next generation that's going to be. Thank you to my parents for instilling those values in me so I can continue in the future. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Okay, and now I'd like to invite to the stage Sandor and Ruth Frenkel, representing the Leona M. and Harry B. Helmsley Charitable Trust. Staying with us are our friends from the Binyamin Regional Council. The Jerusalem Award for Life-Saving Action is hereby conferred to the Frenkels for Helmsley's timely and crucial assistance in helping Israeli healthcare institutions combat the COVID-19 pandemic and save lives throughout Israel, instrumental role in helping Israeli hospitals deliver the most advanced professional and highest quality healthcare, especially to those in Israel's periphery. Contributions that have helped keep the Israeli healthcare system at the forefront of global medicine, support for basic scientific and medical research at Israel's universities, and for your untiring support for Israel and your understanding of all the challenges faced by Israel. A round of applause for the Frenkels. Okay, Beit Shemesh. Take the award.
When I want to tell you, when COVID started, I spoke with Sandy, and he asked me if you can ask the governor, the prime minister, what do you need for help the country from COVID? And the Helmsley Foundation took the responsibility without any question, directly with the hospital in all over the country. And I can tell you here, the Helmsley Foundation 100% saved many, many, many lives of our residents in Israel by their decision to invest in the hospital during COVID. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ruthie. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you very much for this. It's really a privilege to be able to do what we are able to do for the country. You're the most extraordinary people in the history of the planet, and we're very privileged to be able to accept this award. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Beit Shemesh is a unique, developing city in Israel. I now have the honor of inviting Elisa Bloch, Mayor of Beit Shemesh, to the stage, together with Lisa Rosner from CBS News, New York.
Hello, just a little bit about Mayor Bloch as she makes her way up. Dr. Elisa Bloch is the first female mayor of Beit Shemesh, roughly 20 miles west of Jerusalem and 30 miles from Tel Aviv. Following a successful career in education management, she was elected as mayor in 2018, defeating a man who had been mayor for a decade. Bloch pledged to provide better infrastructure and unite the city's more than 100 different Jewish communities. Mayor, thanks for being here today. You can take a microphone. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yes, so as I mentioned, you are a trailblazer. You are the first female mayor of Beit Shemesh. Tell me what you are most proud of so far in your tenure. You were elected in 2018.
First of all, I was a teacher, a principal, and I never thought that I will be a politicization. And if someone will told me that I go to the municipality, I thought that it's a joke, because it's not suit for me. But I think that 4 years ago, in Yom HaAtzmaut, when I sit in front of the TV, and I saw the celebration of Yom HaAtzmaut with the Masuot, and I thought that I cannot happy because my city is very poor. My city come to be the model of the conflict between religion and secular, and it's not my city. And few people told me, maybe we'll go to run to be the mayor. And I say, oh, I have no money, I have no budget for it. I am a woman in a traditional city. I have no party. It's not suit for me. And I thought about politics, what I think that most of the people here think about them. I didn't want to be part of them. But then I decided at this night that if we want to see about our children in their eyes and to say that we stay at the comfort zone and to stay, I am talking in the salon, I write something in the Facebook and then I make the change, it's not enough. If you want to build your good society, you must do something. And then I go to run. In the beginning, most of the people around me don't support us because it's not serious, no. Then I began my journey, and then I decided to go door to door and to talk with people. And it was very interesting because when I knocked in secular family, they told me, oh, the Haredim took all the money, they don't go to the army, they don't pay tasks, they don't help us. And when I talked in a Haredi family, they told me we are second class, we have no classes, nobody like us. And when I talked with people that came from United States, they called me, our city is dirty. And when I go to the people that come from Ethiopia, they told me, oh, we fear racism here, it's bad. And then I said for everybody, you're right, but if everybody together makes the change, maybe we will do it. And then I decided that we must give for everyone the feeling that Beit Shemesh is home. And I believe that Beit Shemesh in 2022 is the picture of Israel in 2040. And because of that, it's very big responsibility about our shoulders. But we must understand it, and because of that, we are working about it.
Yeah, it is one of the, if not the fastest growing city in Israel. Among the Haredi group and non-religious groups, how do you find that balance? How do you meet the needs of two different communities?
For us in Beit Shemesh, diversity is not just a nice word. It's our life. We are living together. If anyone look in my calendar, he can see that we are celebrating the Sigd is the holiday of the Jews that came from Ethiopia. We are celebrating the victory of the World War II with the veteran from Russia and Ukraine. It's very important events as Lag BaOmer bonfire or 19th Kislev of Or Chabad, the Mimuna of the Moroccans. And because we have a lot of communities, I say for everybody, it's not their holiday, it's our holiday. I need that everyone feel that I'm here for him and I'm addressed for him. And you know that we have a lot of reason for conflict. I will give you one example. When we decided to build the Central Culture, all the people ask me one question. They ask me, you want to try? They ask me if it will open on Saturday. Nobody asked me if I have enough money to pay about it. Nobody asked me if it will be accessible for wheelchairs. Nobody asked me if it will be suited for people that don't know Hebrew or something like that. Everybody put the conflict in the center, and after that, let's begin. And we decided to work to find the common good, because we agree that about 80% we can agree. So I decided to work about this subject. We are working about clean the road. We are working about employment. We are working about build apartment for all the society. We are working about culture. And because of that, we can say for everybody, I respect you, I'm here for you. As usual in Israel, always we are talking about what we are not agree. And because of that, Israel go 4 times for elections in 2 years, and maybe now 5. And in Beit Shemesh, we decide opposite. We decide that we are very strong. I think that is strong enough to make a compromise, and don't think that we must to put the conflict on the way. Because of that, nobody's feel bad.
Well, Mayor, thank you so much. I'll have to come visit Beit Shemesh next time I'm in Israel. Thank you again for your time.
Thanks.
Thanks. The next person we'll be speaking with is Gal Grunwald, who is the head of the Department of Education at the World Zionist Organization. He was born in France and grew up in Paris, later making Aliyah and serving in the IDF. He received a degree in computer engineering in Israel, and he's led several Jewish organizations in Israel and Europe. Please welcome to the stage Gal Grunwald. Hi. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
So,
first of all, sorry.
Yeah.
I have a debt to Yeshivat Betel too, like Rav Doron Peretz. I had the zchut to make Aliyah, and my first home was in Bet El. So I have a karat tov to Bet El. It is the first point that I want to make. Thank you, Dudu. And the second issue, I like New York, but the next meeting, Dudu, you have to do it in Paris. Thank you.
Okay, take notes. So tell us, as chairman of education in the World Zionist Congress, what is the responsibility that Israel has for the Jews in the diaspora?
I have to tell you that, as you know, Israel has a ministry of the diaspora, meaning that for Israel it's very important to be in touch, to make the connection with those who don't live in Israel. I think that there is no country, there is no any state all over the world, which for it's very, very important to preserve the connection with those who don't live in Israel. And that's why, for example, my department sends shlichim in order to educate, in order to provide the values of Israel. And you should know that every Israeli pays taxes in order, and part of the taxes is in order to cover the programming that we have for those who live outside from Israel. Because for us, it's very important. Just, I want to give you an example. For example, Birthright, the Taglit program. It's one of the programs that we are doing in Israel in order to give the education that we want to provide.
In Israel, is it possible to be Zionist and religious?
Of course. Of course. Torah and Eretz Israel go together. There is no difference between Torah and Eretz Israel. And those who want really to practice the Torah, we do believe that the time today is to come back to Israel, to return to Israel, and we thank God to have the real privilege to live in the generation which the Jewish nation has returned to his home.
Now, does it also work abroad, or is it a community that you would say is disappearing because they stop being religious or because they immigrate to Israel?
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why we want to invest in education. That's why we want to spread the message of Zionism. That's why we want to enrich the values of Israel and Torah, to be sure that these values are going to be kept. Because one, I would say, probably the most important, I would say the most important challenges we have. And the fact that today the rate of the assimilation is so high, and that's why we need to protect the future of the Jewish people.
Yeah, there's a worldwide shortage of educators. How does this affect Jewish education?
Actually, as you know, we face to a lack of teachers. Here in America, in many countries all over the world, and also in Israel. And I think that two things has to be done. One, we must raise the salaries of the teachers. We must raise the status of the teachers, what we call more. I thought that, 100 years ago, to be a teacher, to be a more, it was something very mechubad. It was something very important. And it's something that we must change it, both in America and in Israel.
What would you say is the biggest challenge for the Jewish people today?
No doubt that the big challenge, as I said before, is assimilation. It's very, very not easy to be Jewish all over the world. Meaning that if you want to be sure that our children are going to be Jewish in the next generations, we must have, I would say, a very high level of education. We must be sure that we are going to be able to give to our children what do they need.
Since the state has already been established, what do you say to people who ask, why do we still need the World Zionist Organization?
Okay, it's a good question. And regarding the question, I want to tell you that it's probably the only platform which exists today which you can create a real dialogue between Jews from all over the world and Jews we live in Israel, meaning we make the decision together. The Jews all over the world, they have the right to vote. They have the right to decide about many resolutions of this organization. The same with the Jewish Agency, the same with JNF, the same with the World Zionist Organization. And it's something that we must preserve in order, I would say, to strengthen the dialogue between us and those who live outside.
Is there anything that you're working on right now, any initiatives that you're most proud of?
Okay, we work very hard in order to send shlichim, morim, teachers, shlichim, in many schools all over the world. And we know that once you find the real shaliach, the real family, the right family to the school, so the impact that we have, the impact that we got from the shaliach, from the family, is bigger than the school. We are talking about the school. We are talking about the other teachers. We are talking about the community, the entire community. And I think that it's something that we must be sure that the next generation will be continued by having shlichim from the Mizrahi, from Bnei Akiva, from the WZO, in order to preserve the Zionist message and the connections to the Judaism.
Thank you, Gal Grunwald with the World Zionist Congress. Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next, we're going to introduce you to Josh Haston, who made Aliyah from Indianapolis in 2002 and ever since has been at the forefront of Israel's public diplomacy efforts. He hosts a weekly radio program called Israel Uncensored and was honored by the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting in America. He is now the international spokesperson for Gush Etzion, a cluster of Israeli settlements directly south of Jerusalem in the West Bank. Josh, thank you for flying to be here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Lisa.
So first, can you summarize for us the history of the conflict of Gush Etzion and what kind of place it is to live today?
We only have 7 minutes, so
Right.
I'll do it as fast as I can. I mean, you're talking about an area that's been part of Jewish history for over 2,000 years, and the proof is in the pudding. You can come out to Gush Etzion and see that history for your very own eyes. At the same time, you have the history of Gush Etzion in modern times, where communities were established in the 20s and the 30s and 40s, and ultimately, unfortunately, fell on the eve of Israel's independence. We were the southern protector of Jerusalem during that War of Independence, and here we are today, after 19 years of an illegal Jordanian occupation of that area. You have communities now celebrating 55 years of growing and thriving, and we have a total of 100,000 people if you include the communities of Beitar and Efrat and our 22 communities. It is one of the most beautiful places, if not, I'm a little bit partial, one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful place in all of Israel, just south of Jerusalem, and everyone here is, certainly yourself included, invited to come out to Gush Etzion and see us.
Excellent. So tell us a little bit about some of the lessons that have been learned in Gush Etzion, specifically from terrorist attacks. What are some initiatives that the mayor is taking on?
On a macro level, the most important thing is we have to recognize our permanence in Gush Etzion. Our enemy is trying to destroy us. We will not allow them to destroy us. We are here to stay. We are going to build, and we are going to thrive. And ultimately, we're going to have sovereignty in Gush Etzion. There's no reason there should not be full Jewish control over Gush Etzion, Maleo Adumim, the Binyamin area, and all of the land of Israel. And we have to do it through strength and establish our presence in the area. You know, sometimes people say, oh, you're building as a punishment for terror. We need to build all the time. In good times and in bad times, we must continue to build and to grow and establish a permanent presence in that strategic area of the country.
How would you describe Jewish-Arab relations in the region?
So I would say there is a limited coexistence, and if you visit Gush Etzion, you will see Jews and Arabs working together, living alongside each other. The only difference is when a Jew invites an Arab to a celebration in his family, that Arab can come and attend, whereas a Jew cannot go into Bethlehem, into Beit Lechem, into Hebron, the Arab part of Hebron, into these other areas where his Arab colleagues work, because there are these big red signs that say it is illegal and dangerous for a Jew or an Israeli to enter those areas. Now, we're the ones who put up those signs because it is dangerous to your life if you go into those areas, and people have accidentally gone into those areas and unfortunately have not come out of those areas alive. So there's a relative coexistence. We work together and we are able to engage, but it's limited because it only works one way. It doesn't work both ways.
So let's talk about development. You know, what are some of the ways that you've seen the area grow?
We are thriving and growing. You talk about tourism. There's so many things to do. I mean, imagine, if you can, a beautiful sunset over the hills of Judea. You know, the same sunset that you've had for 2,000 years, it's still there. And here and today in modern times, you can take an ATV or go on a Jeep ride and see the beautiful rolling hills of Judea and all the different tourist sites. Some of our partners before here from Gush Etzion are working on a daily basis to grow and to really produce top-notch tourism, restaurants, entertainment. You have it all in Jerusalem. Sorry, it's just south of Jerusalem, just 20 kilometers south of Jerusalem, and we're continuing to grow and to develop and to thrive despite that threat that wants to destroy not only us. Let's remember, it's not only about Gush Etzion, it's about Jaffa, it's about Haifa, it's about all these other places in so-called pre-1967 Israel. The enemy doesn't want to destroy us and only ruin things for us in Gush Etzion. They want to destroy the entire country, and we have to recognize that, and we want to achieve peace, of course, but through strength and through a permanence in our area.
So tell me a little bit about how you made Aliyah in 2002, right?
Yeah.
How have you seen Gush Etzion expand, and how big is it today?
So we have, again, about 100,000 people, and we have growing communities, and some of the farms that were talked about earlier, we have those farms in Gush Etzion. More and more people want to come and make Gush Etzion their home. And it's just such a beautiful area. The weather is nice. We have seasons. We have winter. We have snow for those who like it. It's a beautiful place, and there's really a connection between the people and the land. You look at the children in Gush Etzion and in other areas in Judea and Samaria, and they have a real connection. Yeah, they have their iPhones and their iPads, just like kids all over the world, but they really have an ideological connection to the land. They feel it. They're out in nature. They camp. They hike. They explore the area. They're always out and about, and they feel that tie to the land of Israel, and you really see it in Gush Etzion.
Are there any popular misconceptions about the region that you often have to dispel?
Yeah, I mean, each and every day, you know, the world media, the international media, not you, of course, I'm not referring to you at CBS, but, you know, they refer to us as illegal occupying settlers. That's the terminology they use, but we are pioneers who have gone back to our ancestral homeland and have built, I mean, the entire country, really. We turned the desert, made the desert bloom, and turned the swamps into beautiful, fertile land where these beautiful vineyards are growing and whatnot. So on a daily basis, it's a daily battle, but we are Jews, and it's only natural that Jews should be able to develop Judea. It's that simple, and it's a daily battle, and we're fighting that battle. So many talented people, and some of our really talented leaders, including Shlomo Ne'eman, who's the mayor of our area, are battling this on a daily basis against all the haters out there, but we know that we are going to win. We are going to maintain our presence in that area for many generations to come. I have no doubt about that.
Excellent. So what would you say are the top 3 priorities for the mayor right now?
Top 3 priorities for the mayor. I mean, he has to deal right now with this silent building freeze. I mean, that's one of the major issues of the day, is getting, and others have talked about it before, getting housing approved in Gush Etzion and throughout Judea and Samaria. It's a major problem right now. They just had meetings last week to approve housing, less houses than they were supposed to be approved. I mean, right now, to build a pergola, you know, where I live, you basically have to get approval from the Ministry of Defense. You can't just go with your plans if you want to expand your house or build. You can't just go to the municipality and say, this is what we want to do, like you can in other parts of the country. You have to actually get it approved by, and it could take years and years and years if you want to build your children's bedroom or a kindergarten or just a pergola. We want to feel like first-class citizens. We had enough of this second-class citizen business where you have to go through all of this painstaking bureaucracy in order to expand the natural growth of our communities. I think that is a major challenge. Of course, we have the terrorism, but again, a permanence in that area. Look at the Abraham Accords. The UAE, Bahrain, they recognize that we are here to stay. And our other neighbors must recognize that fact. We are here to stay, and that is, I think that is a major priority.
All right, Joshua Haston, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. So next we're going to have a discussion called On the Way Home. This is about many Israelis living in the U.S. and often finding their way back to Israel via the assistance of the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration's Bayit Israeli. I hope I said that right. So today, we will soon have with us on the stage Guy Franklin, who is the founder of Israel Mapped in New York, which is an interactive platform of the Israeli startups operating in New York. The platform serves as a one-stop shop which connects startups in the local ecosystem in New York City, including investors, corporations, and business opportunities. And Shelley Harel, who's the director of the Israeli House in New York, helping Israelis who want to go back home. Thanks to both of you for being here.
Thank you for having us, and a great conference. Thank you, B'Sheva.
Yes, so first I'll start with Shelley. Share with us, what is it like when Israelis move back to Israel? What are some of the top things that they're dealing with?
So to be a returning citizen is completely different from doing Aliyah. Oleh Hadash don't know Israel. The Sochnut Yehudit is encouraging, Nefesh B'Nefesh encouraging doing Aliyah. For us, Israeli citizens is completely different. They know Israel. They decided to move abroad. Our job is, if they even have this little thought about returning, to give them the easiest way home, to do the process the simplest way, that nothing will stand between them and Israel.
Got it. So Guy, you're kind of dealing with things from a different perspective. You're helping Israelis come to the U.S. Tell me a little bit about how much your organization, Israel Mapped in New York, has grown, and what is it that draws Israelis here?
So it's a great question, and it's fascinating to see that there are almost 400 Israeli startups based in New York City. This number keeps growing every year, but what is interesting to see is that there is like a cycle. Companies and entrepreneurs are moving to New York, but at the end of the day, after 2, 3, or 4 years, after they get progress with their startup, they want to move back to Israel because they come to a certain period of time, and at the end of the day, they are willing to go back to Israel.
Right, so they just want to get their boots on the ground here, establish a network, and then kind of be in both countries, have a presence in both countries.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So usually, like one of the founders of the company is moving to New York. He hired a team of people and put, as you said, roots on the ground. But when you raise money, it goes back to Israel, to the Israeli economy, to hire people, and then when they are getting back to Israel, some other companies are getting here, but all of them, with the help of Shelley and the Beit Israeli and the Israeli consulate, are getting back to Israel.
Right. Yeah, so when they come to that point, they come to your office. What do they need the most help with? Is it housing? Is it education for their children? I mean, obviously they're not strangers to this land, but what do you find you're helping them with?
So usually they come very scared. They don't even know where to start from. The process is not complicated. They need to fill some paperwork, which is very easy. They get the response very fast. And we do help them with explaining how they can get education to their kids, how they can get health insurance. This is something they're dealing with a lot. How they can deal with Bituach Leumi and all the taxes. This is the main questions regarding money, education, and the actual move back and moving things.
Got it. So back to when they come to New York City. Tell me about when is that moment when companies, what is the point that they reach when they feel ready usually to go back home?
So they feel ready when there is sometimes an exit, and we saw a lot of exit of Israeli startup based in New York, when there is an IPO. And I would like to add, relating to these times, because of COVID, it's interesting to see that Israeli startups, some of them didn't do the relocation to New York. They established a larger presence in Israel, which is great because they feel that they can do the same work when they're in Israel, and it's not a must for them to relocate to New York, but they can be on the line, like coming every month or two to New York. But another fact that relates to these Israeli startups and to the entrepreneurs that are here and to the people from the tech, I'm not talking only about the CEOs of the startups, is that in recent years, in the last year or two, there are a lot of opportunities in Israel which didn't exist before, of offices of the largest VCs in New York that open office in Israel, for example, Insight Partners or General Atlantic. So the Israelis that are here and feel that New York is like the main place in the world, and Israel like is a small country, suddenly they have great opportunities when they are coming back and they don't know what they can do in Israel. So there are more opportunities in the last year or two.
I have to mention that Israel is the only country in the world that give benefits for its citizens to come back. Usually countries are like, okay, you left, deal with it. And a lot is about what Guy says. Everyone knows the Jewish brain and the Israeli brain and the startup field. This economy is such an essential thing for Israel, and they encourage that, and they really want them back.
Yeah, why do you think that is Israel does that when no other country does?
Because it's important. First of all, it's the only Jewish country in the world. It's important for us to have all our citizens and most of the Jews in Israel. So this is the main goal. And also, as Guy mentioned, all the startups, all the economy, it's just help for us.
And this is probably a natural transition for a lot of entrepreneurs, right? Because New York is the second largest Jewish population outside of Israel, right? That must be a convincing factor.
Look, New York, like, you know, if you want to tell someone a secret in New York City, don't tell it in Hebrew. Because in the coffee shops in the street, you hear mainly in, I don't know, in the Upper West or Upper East, you hear only Hebrew. So I'm very careful when I'm talking with Israelis here in New York. But yes, at the end of the day, I think that New York is like a second home for Israelis. But at the end of the day, there's no place like Israel. And for my conversations with not only with the founders of the startups, but also with the employees, it's a huge tech scene. Most of them, not all of them, are only coming for a few years, but sometimes it's difficult for them to go back because suddenly, you know, it's to come back to a small country. New York is a place that they did a lot of things, and you know, the sky is the limit, as everyone said. Like, you know, you dream big in America. But I think that at the end of the day, in their heart is in Israel, and they want to go back to Israel, and they just need sometimes a little push based, you know, with the benefits, if it's, I don't know, tax benefits, incentives, all the things that Israel is giving after 10 years. You know better than me, all the עולה חדש ותיק, right? So I think that at the end of the day, we need to help them to go back to Israel. I'm talking practical. I'm talking with a lot of people, so it's not easy, but at the end of the day, they are going back.
There is also such a heartbreaking stories, like for me here, Israelis calling and being like, I lived here 20, 30 years, and my heart was always splitted. I was never feeling like I'm a whole person. I need to go back like for like retirement, but they wish they did it earlier.
Where do you stand? I mean, you've been here quite some time, so what are your thoughts on returning home?
So I myself, my plan is to go back to Israel. Yeah, not tomorrow morning, but I'm building also my business, by the way, that I can transfer everything and do it from Israel, because I live here for 10 years. And it's about time to go back to Israel. So I'm building everything now in the next few months in order for me to go back when I'm ready, so it will not be like a difficult task.
Right, right. And are there any benefits that Israelis often don't know about for when they move back?
So usually I can give a little thing. Like Guy said, after 10 years, you have a certain thing called Toshav Chozer Vatik. You have a lot of benefits in taxes. So if someone is here over 10 years, consult with us. Sometimes it's really good to move back. You don't need to pay extra taxes or anything. So this is really an important benefit.
Excellent. And any parting words you want people to know about your organization?
So a new thing I'm doing under Israeli Mapti New York is investments in Israeli startups that are based in Israel and in New York. I'm bringing groups of angel investors that are based in New York, bringing them to invest in Israeli startups. It helps at the end of the day both economies, the US economy and the Israel economy. It's good for the state of Israel. Israel can hire more people in Israel. And that's my focus in the last 12 months, I would say.
Well, what a wonderful partnership. Shelley and Guy, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Who is in New York, living in New York, שנה הבאה בירושלים.
Amen.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Lisa, for all your work. And now we have 2 Jerusalem Awards that's very important for us to present tonight, even though the people who we are presenting to are not here with us. First of all, the Jerusalem Award for Building the Land of Israel is hereby conferred upon to Irvin, of blessed memory, and Cherna Moskowitz, the Moskowitz Foundation, Lori Moskowitz Hirsch. For decades of work, primarily in the eastern neighborhoods of Jerusalem, the towns of Judea and Samaria, in securing strategic properties for the Jewish nation and facilitating construction of housing and educational institutions for dedication and perseverance, often in the face of a hostile opposition that literally changed the map of Israel, and for supporting and helping to elevate religious Zionist institutions and communities to the highest of standards. I call upon Yaakov Harnik to present online the Jerusalem Award for the Moskowitzes. And now, Yaakov, stay with us, please. The Jerusalem Award, Lifetime Guardian of Zion Award, is hereby conferred upon Shmuel Goldstein, real estate entrepreneur, philanthropist. Shmuel Goldstein, together with his late wife Tzipora, has led a life of absolute dedication to the building of Torah in the land of Israel, the building of the land of Israel, and the IDF. Shmuel's countenance radiates a perspective that few have today. From hiding from the Nazis in a small, cramped bunker on a mountainside to starting a new life in New York from scratch, and then generously sharing his ultimate success with Jewish institutions with special emphasis on rebuilding the Jewish state. For decades, Shmuel's office has served as a hub for numerous causes advancing the ideas of religious Zionism, where emissaries from the land find food, warmth, encouragement, and enormous support. Shmuel and Tzippora's passion for Zion is fueled by such love that it is successfully spilled over to their children and grandchildren without exception, and Be'ezrat Hashem to their great-grandchildren as well. Their zeal for Israel thus spans generations. The Goldsteins constitute an entire chapter in the rebuilding of Jerusalem and the land of Israel, and also leaving their mark on Beitel, Hebron, the eastern neighborhoods of Jerusalem, and throughout Judea and Samaria. Let's hear a round of applause for Shmuel Goldstein for the Jerusalem Award. Here it is. And now we will see this. Thank you very much. This is a Kodak moment and important for us to present. That's all for the Jerusalem Conference in New York City. We, of course, will end with singing the Israeli anthem, Hatikva. Join us next time in the Jerusalem Conference in New York, and of course, join us in the Jerusalem Conference in Jerusalem. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. Thank you for the thousands watching us online. Good evening from Manhattan. Shirat Hatikva. The crowd, please.